This now concludes the O&A Variety Hour. Stay tuned for the Opie and Anthony Show, spreading across America. It's the O&A virus.
The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.
Of the morning, while the city sleeps, an uncommon band of heroes unites to fight the forces of evil.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh, my sweet Jesus.
With Opie.
I want to be known as notorious. No.
Everyone is always in my way.
Oh, you really are deluded.
And B-Cup.
Kind of fat-breasted and awful.
And surrounded by dullards.
Ben looks like poorly spliced film.
Oh, it's hilarious.
Whenever Steve yawns, it looks like the back of the Batmobile and it accelerates.
Pocketosis.
Eric, you're not going to cry.
Shut up.
And armed with superhuman powers.
He pulls his pants down and just starts leaking into someone's garbage can.
That's rule one.
How about if he gives you the old chin tap with his helmet?
That's all right with me.
They are living among us. Average citizens, average heroes, quietly and anonymously continuing to make the world a better place.
Controversial talkers Opie and Anthony.
We are just dicks.
You better just sit back and watch.
Yeah. Wait, what?
The Opie and Anthony Show.
Oh.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Stupid! So stupid! We're cakes for nothing!
Nobody likes a tattletale except, of course, me.
I'm being honest. I don't know anything.
Hey, I should have stayed home and played with myself.
I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I've been here for 7 years. Nothing works here. I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work. I hate this place. Nothing works here. The medications don't work.
Hey, where are the white women at?
While I whip this out. Oh, Lordy Lord, he's desperate. Do what he says. Do what he says.
Okay, terrific.
You're a little bitch. That's right, you're a bitch, and I bet you'd like to suck it, wouldn't you?
I kiss you on the mouth.
I'm a fucking idiot. 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 Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot.
Well, we're waiting.
All right, we'll start the show. Welcome to the O&A virus. We're spreading across America slowly but surely. Thanks to our faithful listeners.
Check my gum out of my mouth here.
Yeah. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hi, Opie.
We got lots to talk about today, huh?
Just a bit, sure.
Lots and lots of updates today. Where do we begin? That's always the
dilemma.
The dilemma.
How's this for a dilemma? Well, I guess there's infighting in the XM company. I guess that, and then there's one less person here.
Yeah, one less
on
person
staff
on the Opie and Anthony show. I think maybe the listeners should guess who may have stepped down.
Who left? Well, you know it's not Jimmy.
We lost a member of the
It's
team.
not me. It's not Opie.
We lost a member of the team.
Left.
Now, if this was regular radio and we need real ratings and Arbitron and all that, we'd wait till like 5 to 10 to give the answer.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that would keep people listening.
And then everyone would be yelling and screaming all day. Come on, you dicks. I got to go to work. Who is it?
Do you think it's really that difficult for people to
I think
figure out?
I don't know.
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think people think it's, I don't know.
Him? Oh, he's here, though.
Yeah, he's here. But what about him? I don't know. Do you think it's people that have been here and doing a great job? And the guy that just came in and handed us.
Oh, no, he's
paper?
still here, too.
He's still here.
Oh, okay. I thought it was him, too.
What about that guy? He's really good.
What guy?
On the little electronic machines and whatnot that he hits buttons on and stuff.
Wait, was he doing that job yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's still here.
And that guy's really good.
Which
right
guy?
There.
Him?
The guy over there, yeah.
Who is that guy?
He's been here a while.
Oh, okay.
He's done a good job.
All right.
So who could it be?
We'll get into it a little bit, but Jimmy wanted some mic time. No, I'm just...
Oh.
We figured we'd go with the Jimmy thing right off the bat because are you pissed? Are you annoyed?
I just have to answer a couple of people on instant feedback. Hold on. And wait a minute. Let me go to another page. Yeah. All right. Jesus.
What? It's obvious?
I gather.
It's really obvious over there
Pretty
on instant
obvious.
feedback?
That's
all right.
No, I'm looking at people here checking in, and they seem to know it.
Wow, all the phones seem to know it, too.
Yeah. Oh, boy, look at that.
All the phones seem to know it, too.
Yeah.
Get it? Know it.
Oh, I got you.
No, they just know it.
That up. Right.
So what's going on, Jimmy?
Oh, a little sleepy.
Why are you sleepy?
Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night.
What happened?
I went to bed late, and I'm tired.
Why didn't you go to Betty Bye?
Because I'm a cheap fuck. No,
What do you mean you're
never
a cheap?
seen you as that?
What do you mean you're a cheap fuck?
Well, a lot of people know we've when we came to XM, we were getting emails occasionally. People saying that this jerk off on the Boneyard was this guy, cool guy's talking about you guys, and of course none of us have ever heard of him because he's a nobody. Who is he? And so we heard this for a while. I heard it for a while. I got emails and people said they heard stuff. So I posted something on Whackbag, and apparently he wasn't very happy with it.
Well, just a little background, too. He went on his show and out of nowhere said he's going to sled me in the face or something like that.
Yeah, that was how it kind of started.
And then perusing our message boards?
Of course, he listens to the show. He's not a fan of the show, probably. He's just
So he said he was going to slap me in the face. I take all that stuff very seriously, okay? Right. And then when we were in Washington, I walked by a studio, and it was a guy with long hair and sunglasses on. And someone said, that's the guy that wants to slap you in the face. And whoever this guy was, we made kind of eye contact. And I walked by like, all right, well, I guess he doesn't feel like slapping me in the face today. Maybe it'll be tomorrow.
Yeah, I was with you. I remember. It was me and you walking by. Right. It was a half a second, yeah.
And I forgot who told us, but it was like, that's the guy, cool guy, whatever. Right. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And I went and did our show. You know, it was obvious there was really no threat there. So I'm thinking, it's wacky radio crap again, because most of these guys just do wacky radio crap.
Sure.
The reality is Anthony and I have never done wacky radio crap, and it's all real. Mm-hmm. When we fight, we really fight. We don't fake fight. We've never fake fight.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm reading Jimmy's.
Well, read it on the air. So then what? So then you posted on whackbag.com.
Only because I had gotten emails from people. I'd never heard of this douchebag. And people kept saying he's talking about... So you know what he wants. He wants a little attention. Understandable. But at least, just call in the show if you want to be a part of the show or if you need to be recognized for something. So I posted. People responded a little bit. And that was it. And apparently he got a little upset about the post.
Yeah. Well, you know something... I would be upset, too.
Well, you know what?
You are a scumbag. You write so well to bash people. It's fantastic.
You want me to read this really fast? So then Jim Norton you got so upset, or did you get upset?
No, just disgusted with the fact that a guy who I'd never heard of is trashing the show. It's like, for what? We never badmouthed you. We didn't know who you are.
Yeah, I don't even know what his motivation was for bashing us to begin with, because we had no idea who the guy was. And all of a sudden he's just saying he's going to slap me in the face. And I don't know what else he said, because I don't listen to him. I just don't. I'll tune in the Boneyard every once in a while to hear some cool songs, like I do all the music channels. Yeah. I couldn't tell you one... Hate to say this, but I couldn't tell you one jock in any of these music channels. No. Except for that Bruce guy on the 80s channel, because he does some kind of a morning show, and we've been on his show. But in general...
Mad Mexican.
Yes.
Oh, Mad Mexican. Okay, you're right. But that's just because, we had him on the show.
Because he's out of his mind.
I mean, there are the talk stations where the talk personalities, and there's the music channels, and that's how it's sold... to everybody out there in Radioland. It's 130 channels of commercial-free music, or whatever they say. But it doesn't mention jocks. I couldn't tell you one jock in any of these channels, and I listened to all of them. I listened to Ethel and Squiz, and every once in a while I'll take a peek at that Lucy station, Anthony.
Right.
And I'll take a peek at U-Pop is kind of cool, and Deep Tracks and Top Tracks. But honestly, I couldn't tell you one name of a jock, except for another one we know just because he interviewed us, George Taylor Morris.
There you go.
Who's actually a legend and has an unbelievable radio voice. So I got to give him props. But in general, I don't know any of these guys,
right?
And there's no reason to, because they're pretty much saying, hey man, here's Nirvana from the box set on Squiz, or here's whatever on the Boneyard. That's it. Liquid Metal, all that stuff. There's no jocks that really stand out, so maybe it's his way of trying to get known, I guess. I don't know.
Of course it is.
So he started trashing us, and I just defended myself. I'm like, you ain't slapping me, pal. No one's slapping me in the face, trust me, without a major, major problem. And I mean a major problem. And he had his chance when we were in Washington, and it didn't happen.
Of course it didn't.
All right? So then you went on Whackbag and decided you had enough, and you wrote this little thing on whackbag.com. Now the people at opieanthony.net are going to get upset because they're getting all the attention today.
Is that how it goes?
We can't win here. They get upset when we talk about Whackbag too much. Even though it's all about the Opie and Anthony show, there's like divisions.
Yes.
If you post on Whackbag, you better not post on opieanthony.net. It's like, what a mess we've started. I got to tell you.
It doesn't make any sense.
So anyway, this is what Norton had to say about this guy, cool guy. I've been told that this late-night jizzbag has been bad-mouthing us, but have been unable to obtain audio. With a name like Cool Guy, I'm sure he'll be a force to be reckoned with. I wonder if he runs around the studio with his thumbs up in the air in a Fonzie-like manner.
In a Fonzie-like manner. Ha ha. Hey, Cool Guy. Hey. Yeah, look at me. Hey, in a Fonzie-like manner. You are a tool.
See, I'm out of this discussion because my name is the worst in radio.
But everyone knows your real name, though. It's not a secret that you're Greg Hughes. Opie, we all know where Opie comes from. It's not some faggot moniker that you picked up to live a life that isn't real.
No, it's a nickname I got when I was 12.
Of course it is.
And honestly, I'm sick of it, but Anthony and I kind of made our names with the Opie and Anthony moniker. I would love to go back to my regular name.
Do you think anybody walks around naming him Cool Guy? Hey, Cool Guy.
Right.
No, it's just what he calls himself, and that's all people know to call him. There's a difference.
So then Jimmy continues, I bet he does cool things on his show, though, like play the sound of a beer can opening to simulate drinking a few beers with some cool friends while listening to tunes. I'll bet they have some real man's man laughs in the 2 to 3 minutes he's permitted to speak before he has to play the next song. He must have some really cool contests, too, like if you can guess how many years ago he passed the age his haircut is appropriate. You win a failed radio career and a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I understand it's frustrating to have Opie and Anthony show up and... typo? I understand it's frustrating to have the Opie and Anthony show up and getting all the attention and all the press. In those moments in between songs, he does his best to be outrageous, and I can say without sarcasm, it's sad that nobody noticed. If he wants to come on our show, maybe he can audition for the news, or perhaps we can begin a new segment called Cool Guys Traffic. He could call in every 10 minutes on the ones and give accident reports while heavy metal and bubbling bong water sounds play in the background. I guess he just couldn't quite cut the mustard, so he takes it out on the Opie and Anthony show. If you want to see the epitome of an absolutely...
Epitome.
Oh, epitome, sorry. Epitome, Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord. If you want to see the epitome of an...
epitome, Doc.
If you want to see the epitome of an absolutely washed-up douche, look at his picture on the XM website. Long hair and dark sunglasses. Welcome to 1983. Fucking faggot. Just do the menial tasks you've been hired to do. Put in the CD, hit play, and continue to remain anonymous. Jim Norton.
So that I posted because I was just irritated at hearing his name and that he was just trashing the show for no reason. Because you knew he just wanted a little attention.
Right.
And you can look at the picture with the shades. He's got shades and like the hat and the long hair. You know, it's like that fucking wannabe rocker look, like a guy who like probably had a dream of making it in music and failed, and then does what guys do when they fail, hits play and features the music of people who are talented, and that's where he is right now. He's a guy who couldn't cut the mustard, and he wants to be somebody, so he's trying to latch onto the O&A show. And he figures he'll get like a little fun radio war started. Mm-hmm. But he didn't like what happened on Whackbag, I guess. And we started to trash him on here. So this groveling jerk-off sends open email yesterday. He gets an email yesterday.
Well, here's the deal. Yeah, so Cool Guy started emailing me over the weekend. So I came in yesterday, and I showed you guys the email, and I'm like, look, you know, whatever. This guy's whatever. We'll just back off. We have a radio show to do anyway.
Yeah.
Is that what I said?
You said, look, yeah, we'll let it go for now. Forget it. Like, let's not trash him anymore. And we were all cool with it. It was like, all right, fine.
It was like he had his fun. We're working for the same company. Whatever. The guy wants us to back off because he has some personal issues that he doesn't want his listeners to know about.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, all right, whatever. The guy's, is concerned, and he reached out to me. So I showed you guys, like, all right, I guess this is done, and we win another one. Because we always win. I mean, ask Howard. Howard doesn't even mess with us.
No.
Howard doesn't have the balls to mess with this radio program. It's a fact. It's always been a fact.
Always went behind the scenes.
So I just said, okay, well, I guess, we got the best of this cool guy, Cat, and we'll let it be. No big deal. We got a radio show to do.
No on air. We beat him. Nothing. Like, yesterday we didn't talk about him. We're done. Forget it. You want to move on? We'll move on.
Yeah. But I guess he just went off last night on his radio show.
Well, if that's what you can call going off.
Which is weird because, he emailed me, here's the dates, mostly the February 12th. February 12th we went back and forth. What day was that? That was like Saturday?
Today's the 14th or 15th? 15th.
So Saturday?
Yeah.
All right, well, sorry, cool guy, but, like I said, we don't fake fight, so here's cool guy's email to me. I was and still am amusing that I'm not serious about the shit I say on the Boneyard. So already he's admitting he's just a phony.
Yeah. Of course.
I was and still am amusing that you know I'm not serious about the shit I say on the Boneyard. I want to make that clear now in case of the possibility that you may have any doubt. By the time I get to XM, the place is mostly empty and I don't get to see the people in management. But every month or so, I will see Kevin Straley, and I know that he has talked to you about me. And I don't worry about things being misunderstood because he is a good guy, and he does know me well. But the thing that raised the red flag in my head wasn't the on-air stuff, but on Whackbag. I just read the mobilization guidelines.
What is he doing reading the website?
He's obsessed, dude. Someone's finally talking about him.
I've never read the mobilization guidelines. What's on that?
I don't know.
Is it bad?
It couldn't be good. It really bothered him.
Mobilization guidelines.
On Whackbag.
I believe they,
have you read the mobilization guidelines on whackbag.com?
No, but I kind of know what it is, I think.
All right, what is it?
I could assume.
It's when we go to war?
Whenever we go to war with somebody, it's Whackbag's rules of engagement. They have rules of engagement where this is how you act. They wait for certain signals from us, and then they go to it, and it's brutal. You know, they'll do things, you know, as far as hacking computers, making phone calls. I mean, it's awful. Dude, they're awful people.
It's like a 10-page thing.
Oh yeah, it's a manifesto. and they're horrible people that you don't want to deal with.
Have these guys taken up arms against the government, pretty much?
Yeah, they're very organized.
And that's something about a black helicopter I just saw.
Yeah, there you go. Black Ops.
All right, what is the One Army? Here it is. I've never read this before. This is a lot of fun, Anthony. What is the One Army? The Army is comprised of dedicated listeners and fans who enjoy the show and like helping out the boys. Anyone who considers themselves a fan is part of the Army, and if you help the boys out when they tell you to do so, you're a good egg. Private. Would it help the boys if I complained to the FCC about other shows? No. There's no need to unnecessarily provoke shows or hosts that are not enemies of the show. The best way to express your distaste for a show you don't like is not to listen and spread the One virus wherever you can. Can we organize a siege on another message board like we did with the Tony Danza board? No. The reason that Danza's board was attacked by the Army was because one of his staffers provoked us by roughing up a show member. When Sex Bagel was harassed by Danza show security, there was a viable reason for retaliation. There is no reason to attack other message boards that are not enemies of the show. When O&A wants someone taken out, they make it abundantly clear.
Right.
Assaults on media guidelines by request. Wow.
See, they have a whole guideline of
is there more, Eric, somewhere?
How to attack and when to attack, things like that. But I guess he read that.
Yeah,
and got a little.
And he got really nervous, and he decided he needed to write me personally. So
right.
And I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. You know, I don't really care about you or your show. I've never met you, and whatever. Fine, we're done with this. I don't care. You know, but then he goes and attacks like Jimmy in the show yesterday.
Yeah.
So his email continues. I just read the mobilization guidelines, and that did it. If that wasn't supposed to concern me, then I am giving myself too much credit. But it did. A little message board got to him is basically what.
If that wasn't supposed to concern me, what did he think that was just based on him?
I don't know. If that wasn't supposed to concern me, then I am giving myself too much credit, but it did. I know that you gave me some good bait with the lie about passing by me at XM and the wrong hours of my show and the failed show with characters, but I'm not that stupid. No, I was given false information. I walked by this studio and someone said, there's the guy that trashed you, the cool guy, whatever.
And I heard that, and I think it was him. He was just sitting in the studio. It was so fast, we were already gone. That's cool guy. Oh, okay. We were past it already.
Well, because I think we were still doing our show.
Yeah, we were told that. It wasn't a lie.
And if he's a night jock and he wasn't there, then he wasn't there. But someone told me it was you. You know, whatever. I'm not that obsessed with you, dude. I have no idea who you are. I really don't. Let's see. Wrong hours of my show. All right. No fucking way am I going to call in to your program. If I did that, I'd lose. If you were me, you wouldn't have taken that bait either. Thanks, though, for thinking of me and offering me that opportunity. And believe me, I would love to be on the show sometime, but not that way. I ain't walking into that kind of murdering. But as far as the job safety subject of this email goes, sorry, bud, but, you know, I said we were going to lay off, and you had to go on your little radio show. So
yeah, do your wacky show again. And by the way, the thing about characters wasn't a lie, because he makes up these characters, or at least he used to. One was Maud, this older lady who liked him, and this other, I forget, it's some southern character or something he does. Just atrocious.
Oh, come on, that sounds funny.
Oh, my God, there's a whole bunch of them there in studio. Nope, it's just one. Ugh, you 1983 jerk-off.
So I say sorry because...
Butch, yeah, that's the guy's name.
I say sorry because this next paragraph he really doesn't want anyone to know about. But,
too bad.
But you know what? You forced my hand now by, we backed off and you decide you needed to go after Jim Norton. Because in the end, we make fun of each other here, but we'll fight to the end for each of us.
What do you think? They just divide and conquer, you fucking idiot?
We're like an Irish, a bunch of Irish brothers.
Right.
You get them in the bar, they'll beat the living crap out of each other to near death. But if anyone else steps in, all three turn around and kill the guy.
So here's what he doesn't want his listeners to know. Sorry, buddy. I ain't walking into that kind of murdering. But as far as the job safety subject of this email goes, I have a wife and 2 children.
Uh-oh.
Aww.
Cool guy's a daddy.
Cool dad.
And a husband.
See, he's a phony. He wants to act like he's this big rock and roll, rock star. And the fact is, he's a family man, and God bless him.
Good for you. Nothing wrong with nothing wrong with going to PTA meetings. That makes the parents think you're cool.
I'm looking forward.
He's probably the coolest guy at the PTA meeting.
I'm looking forward to being a dad, and
what?
I'm looking forward to being a dad, but
I'm
not going to, make believe I'm not a dad when I am, because the listeners would be like, dude, you're a dad, and you're supposed
to be
a cool
the rock
guy.
and tunes. You're a cool guy, out partying all night with the whores. You're a party guy. You're a cool guy.
Yeah, real cool guy.
But as far as the job safety subject of this email goes, I have a wife and 2 children, and I don't want to sound like Elo, but being a father is the only thing that matters to me. And like I said, I ain't that fucking stupid. Risk a problem with my job. We don't have a problem with his wife and 2 kids.
Take the cool guy minivan out.
Ugh.
Ouch.
Ugh. I'm proud to be a dad. Fuck you. Are you really proud of it? You don't even talk about it on your show?
That's cool guy. That's the big...
What about the rest of it? Is there any more there?
Yeah. That's the big secret of cool guy. That he's actually married with 2 kids.
Yeah, let's go to the phones and take a request.
Yeah, cool guy?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, could you bring home some eggs and milk and bread? And we need some, the kids want to talk.
Yeah, well, we got cut off there. Some more cool guy show.
Dude, this is one reason why Anthony and I really aren't friends with many radio guys, because they're a bunch of phonies. All these guys go on the air and act tough, and they have secret lives, and here's a guy that's making believe he's not married with kids, and it's just...
If you wanted to brawl on the air, fine. That's, I think, what we were doing. But then you can't... See, that's not how we operate. You can't then go and write emails and say, please back off or whatever, and then we back off because, the guy doesn't want to go to it on the air. That's fine. But then, after writing the email and Opie responds, you can't then go on the air the next day and continue a phony, war. The whole phoniness of it, we'll still go back and forth, but... I'm telling you, it's all fake and stuff, so be cool, and don't mention it. And there's, guidelines and rules so we can duke it out, and it's all fake. We don't do that. So you can't get on and bash Jimmy. First of all, how he goes on and says things like, Jimmy isn't funny, or he's funnier than Jim.
It's mind-boggling.
One of the most talented comics there are. It doesn't make sense to... You look stupid if you go on and say Jimmy isn't funny.
Yeah, we don't...
You go, talk to the places that pack out after one of his performances. Tell those people. It doesn't make sense to say things like that.
The business is filled with guys like Cool Guy. They're a bunch of phonies, and he doesn't want anyone to know that he has a wife and 2 children, because it's not good for his image.
But the bottom line, it's not bad for his image either, because nobody gives a shit.
And then he finally...
Nobody cares!
He finishes with, one last thing, I really don't expect you to continue with this, because I know it helps me more than anything else.
Reverse psychology.
Being best on your show and on Whackbag is not just a great thing for me, but without question the biggest thing that has happened to me in my radio career.
Oh.
What was that last thing? If you could, because I never read that when I first posted this on Whackbag about how he needed a little attention. I'm sorry, I didn't read. What was that last sentence? If you could, I'm sorry.
Being bashed on your show and on Whackbag is not just a great thing for me, but without question the biggest thing that has happened to me in my radio career. Of course it is. You guys would be doing me a huge favor if you decide not to drop it. And I don't want to sound like an asshole and assume that you won't. And for all I know, my mentioning it now might be the absolute worst thing for me to do because it could backfire. But I would like to keep my handful of nitwit listeners from knowing that I'm married with kids.
Wait a minute. He wrote that? Mm-hmm. That's classic.
You bet he did.
Oh, is that classic?
And when
my handful of nitwit listeners
from knowing I have a wife and kids.
It's right on my corporate email account on my Trio. So when he tries to claim that this did not happen,
it's for real.
And he's ripping us off because we're the ones with nitwit listeners. Wow, that's funny.
Let me,
yes, please reread that, Opie.
And honestly, you know, I was gonna just.
Oh, that's funny.
As much as this makes really good radio, you know, I'm like, all right, the guy came to me. This is cool.
We didn't mention it.
I'm like, we'll just let this die, no problem. I got these emails from the guy. And then he goes on a show last night. We have the audio trashing the show, and just we'll prove that he's a complete phony.
And dude, when you mentioned that yesterday, tell you, hey, let's just lay off or whatever. I was fine with it too. I was like, all right, whatever, no problem. Who cares? No one cared.
And I don't want to sound like an asshole and assume that you won't. And for all I know, my mentioning it now might be the absolute worst thing for me to do because it could backfire. But I would like to keep my handful of nitwit listeners from knowing that I am married with kids. Because it wouldn't jive with the crappy show.
Did he really say with the crappy show?
I swear to God. It's right here if you want to see it. It's unbelievable to me, but there are some fucks out there that really can't tell that my show is bullshit.
Oh.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. Have I ever kidded you?
Well, they can tell now, stupid.
That's a good one.
Well, and then I wrote back. Let's see. And then I'm like, because I'm still pissed off, because, you know, this guy said he was going to slap me. I said we obviously should talk about this. I was told by this is me talking to him now on the email. We obviously should talk about this. I was told by reliable sources that you wanted to slap me. Whether you were serious or not, I had to assume you were. I've had many threats in my life, so I've gotten real good at protecting myself. As far as walking by you when I was at XM, I didn't make that up. I guess I must assume that I got false information.
Right.
Maybe we should talk on the phone to clear this up. As far as the fans, they have nothing to worry about. Their words are much bigger than their bite. It will take one email from Anthony and I to have them all back off. Just one email. That's all.
The Army. They have a protocol.
Right. Just let me know what you want me to do. Peace. So I threw out the old olive branch there, Anthony.
We walk around with what the president calls the football. You know, if we ever need an attack, it's just it's a simple button that we push, but it can also be called off. That's the protocol.
Sounds good. I would like to talk on the phone with you as well. This is Cool Guy calling me back, writing me back. If you want to talk tonight, my home number is...
Oh, no.
1-800-DIAL-A-FRAUD. Fucking bore.
If I don't hear from you, no sweat. I'm sure you need your weekends for things other than work-related bullshit like this. Take care, Cool Guy.
Wouldn't that be funny if that phone number ended up on Whackbag?
Nah, you don't want that because if that happened, one of them would probably use it. One of them may decide to use it.
That is funny.
And it's just sickening.
Yeah.
We were gonna lay off, dude.
It was done.
It was done. I was fine with it.
It was a done deal.
I actually, when I read that, I almost felt like kind of bad about what I posted. Like, all right, man, the guy was just having a little fun. I didn't hear the audio. Maybe I was just a dick and overreacted because I tend to do that sometimes. I get very defensive if I feel like...
Sure.
Like when we're not bullies on the show. Like when Playboy, there was a little problem with the two girls. They said, hey, look, all right, we're enough. We're like, all right, fine, enough's enough.
We never talk about him again.
Never bashed him again. We're not bullies on the show. We're not assholes.
Guy reached out, wrote the email, voiced his concerns. We laid off of him.
Yep.
There's plenty of other things to talk about.
Absolutely.
And then the very next day, he gets on.
That's the weird part. This was going on over the weekend, and then it was like...
Jimmy Norton.
Yeah. I didn't... whatever. So, yeah, this is him on a show last night. Here he is, the father of two. The married father of two.
On his crappy show with his handful of...
Nitwit listeners.
Nitwit listeners.
Right. And this is what he had to say.
If you're big fans of the Opie and Anthony show, I want to know about it. I want to know right now. If you're fans of Jimmy Norton, little Jimmy Norton, Monster Rain, I want to know right now. Give me a call, 866-315-BONE. I'm serious. I got nothing better to do. I'm just a monkey jock. You know what I mean? If you listen to Whackbag, if you go to whackbag.com, those fucking morons, if you listen to that shit, if you're fans of those fucks, I want to hear from you, man. Wow. Come on, Bach. Any of you idiots who go to Whackbag, give me a call.
Oh, Bach was one of the Whackbaggers.
Oh, really?
Oh, they really hurt his feelings. Whackbaggers,
wow.
You're getting to him.
You absolutely got to him.
Do you think I would mention another show's message board on the air that hurt my feelings?
No.
Oh, he really is being hurt by Whackbag. They're really upsetting him. So, Whackbag now, you're a bunch of fucks and morons.
You know what? No, I know Whackbag well enough to know that because they just heard that, they'll completely lay off of him now.
Absolutely. They won't start, absolutely will not start posting anything about him.
Of course not. They will lay off him because they know they upset the guy.
Yep.
He's obsessed with reading the message board. And the best thing they can do is probably just not acknowledge him anymore.
Let it blow over.
Just let it blow over.
They're not going to start calling his show and having serious questions only.
Of course not. They're not like that. No. They have a protocol that they adhere to.
Absolutely. He doesn't have a message board, so they can't go on that. He doesn't have a fan site, so they can't go on that.
No.
Nobody gives a shit about this guy in the business. Nobody cares.
And his big secret, he's married with 2 kids.
Yeah, who cares? It's fine. No one cares. I don't care.
Look, here come the calls. Yeah, they're flying in, man. Look at that, man. Here, I thought I had a listenership.
Yeah, man.
But nobody cares. I tell you, man, I'm pathetic. What are you doing?
Hey, I hate that faggot Jimmy Norton.
Ah, come on. Of Norton?
No, I'm cool. I hate Opie. He's a fucking douchebag.
No, I don't hate Opie. I got respect for because he's worked very hard to get to where he is. He may have made a couple of mistakes along the way, but, you know, he's a radio guy. He loves radio, and he understands radio. Norton is a faggot. Go back to Norton if you want to fucking get my attention. Hold on a second.
Really? I'm a faggot, huh? Well, man, I'd rather suck dicks than go home and put it into some wife that I don't acknowledge. What do you think of them apples? Stupid.
Oh, God.
You talk to her like that with that voice? Hey, baby, hey, no, I can't talk to you in my rock voice. You fucking fraud. You fraud. Don't blame me because you didn't have the balls to pull it out and aim for the face. Sorry you left it in. Now you got 2 kids you're stuck in that gig you don't like because your radio partner moved to another state. Sorry it didn't work out, motherfucker. Sorry about that. I'm honest. I'm a pervert. I like prostitutes. Sorry about that. At least I'm not stupid enough to live with one for the rest of my life. Get out. That's what I do to them. I don't knock them up and then pretend I didn't.
He might really love his wife, though.
I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying what I don't do.
He just doesn't want people to know he's married with 2 kids.
Oh, a handful of nitwit listeners?
Yeah, handful of nitwit listeners.
Listen, if anybody wants to call to talk about what makes the Cool Guy show better than the Opie and Anthony show, that's what I want to hear, man. What's your name? I'm talking to you.
Hey.
Yeah.
What's going on?
What do you need?
I don't need nothing. What do you need?
I don't need nothing either. What do you want? Hurry up.
Just call to see what's going on over there, man. I checked out that O&A show when they had it on free for a week. I didn't like it at all, man.
You weren't familiar with them from FM, were you?
No, not at all.
Well, I was, and I'll be honest with you. I turned a lot of boneheads on to Opie and Anthony because I just loved the show when they were on FM. And they lack something. Yeah, they're almost getting back now in a way, but I don't give a shit. I'm just talking about Jimmy Norton maybe now. But you're not familiar with the show, though, so you don't even know what's going on, do you?
No, not at all, man. I don't even care that I'm missing it. Like I said, I listened to it for that week when they were for free, and they did nothing for me, so I don't even bother.
So now why are you listening to the Boneyard? Because you want to hear some Great White?
I love the music, man. I love listening to your show. You make me laugh a lot.
Oh, so the microphone technique makes you laugh, brother?
Yeah, you come out with some pretty hilarious shit.
Fucking A. What's your name, dude? You're all right.
Hey, this is
all right.
in Chicago.
Thanks, Howie. You're cool as shit, man. You enjoy your evening.
I like when you argue with old hot dog neck.
You see, you understand, man. You're all right. Thanks for calling, Howie.
Right on. Have a good night, brother.
You're all right, huh? Hey, you're all right. Oh, I'm off the air?
Yes, Poopsie, I'll be home shortly. Yes, I'll come home and tuck in the little ones.
Dude, chill, man. The guy said he doesn't want his nitwit listeners to know he's married with 2 kids. Let's relax on that.
His handful of nitwit.
Oh, a lot of them don't even know this show is bullshit. Well, they do now, you silly goose. Oops. Whoops-a-daisy.
And lose my email because now I don't even acknowledge you. I don't write you back. I gave you a shot, and then you had to be stupid.
What'd you think?
Another stupid jock.
You could say that, oh, you respect Opie, but you can bash Jimmy, and we'll all just sit there and go, yeah, at least he said we were okay.
Ugh.
What do you think? The divide and conquer thing that people have tried for years is going to work because cool guys doing it?
They've been trying to do that with Anthony and I for...
Oh, forever.
Well, we've been doing this 10 years now. For
and
10 years.
For 10 years, before we even started, when at BAB they were trying divide and conquer. Before we were even technically working together, that was being attempted. And then Jimmy on board.
Well, I mean, it's a pretty interesting story because I was doing nights at WBAB and doing pretty well on my own. You know, I did all right. And then, Anthony and I got together, and we knew we had something, and we knew we were going to take it really far. We knew right off the bat, within our first week of broadcasting, that we had something that was pretty cool. So then I went to BAB and said, look, man, we're doing nights. We were getting a buzz because Ant was doing my show off and on for like 3 or 4 months. I'm like, we're getting a really good buzz here. And, you got some dead weights in the other slots, let's be honest here. Move us up. Move us up. We want to stay. We're from Long Island. Just move us up, and we'll stay. And they pretty much didn't go for that idea. So I'm like, all right. I basically said, I'm going to go find us another gig. I sent out 3 tapes. All 3 places wanted us.
Yep.
It was Dallas, it was WAAF, and I forgot the third one now. I think it was Cleveland or something like that. And then, no, where the hell was it? It wasn't Cleveland. I don't want to make this. I don't remember. So then we chose AAF.
Yeah.
And what BAB decided, instead of wishing us well, they had a shot to keep us. They decided, well, no, we're going to break them up right away. Then they decided, because Anthony was a Long Island guy too, they pulled him into a closed-door meeting and said, look, we want to give you Opie's show.
Yeah, they were going to then give me...
This was after 3 years of dedication to WBAB being the only show in recent years that had any type of buzz.
Yeah.
At all. And this is the thanks I got.
Opie
even though we went
to
them first and said, look, just keep us, just move us up, and we'll stay here, man.
Yeah. So we got the gig. We were going.
No, but explain what they said to you behind closed doors. It was amazing. Because Anthony, at this point, I mean, you got to remember, it's 10 years ago.
Right.
Raw talent, all that. We all know,
Dude, it was
what
after,
Anthony does.
It was after we got the gig, and we were going to go to
AAF.
To AAF, that they came to me, knowing now that we have a job together. Me and Ope, we're going to AAF. They came to me and said, we want you to take over Opie's slot, doing the 7 to midnight shift at BAB. Whatever you need, we'll put it in place. It'll be great. I think you're going to do well. And it's trying then to get, which would screw up the gig in Boston. I'm sure Ope would go there and do great anyway.
Well, what happened was
they had hired us together. And
well, what happened with the AAF gig, I don't think we've ever told this. Ron Valeri heard just me at the time, and he was going to give me nights at AAF, the same shift I was doing at BAB.
Yep.
But then I was like, well, Ron, that's cool, and I'm ready to move on. But I just started working with this new guy, Anthony, and I want you to hear some tapes because I think it's really cool stuff. Because they had Afternoon Drive open as well.
Yep.
So when I sent the tapes, they went, oh, my God, we'll throw you guys an Afternoon Drive tomorrow. They couldn't believe it.
So there we are, Afternoon Drive.
So at the worst, I guess I could have moved up there and did my nights at AF, and Anthony could have done nights at BAB.
Yeah, I could have taken Opie's old job and left them up there, not in afternoons. What type of scumbag?
Well, it's the business.
Move is that?
The business is filled with scumbags like that. So when you find people you trust around you keep them close, and then you fight everybody else.
So that was the first, divide and conquer that they tried, and that didn't work. And the numerous ones after that didn't work.
Well, the best one after that was Dave Dickless Douglas up there, our first program director, who I have no respect for whatsoever, had no clue what talent was all about. One day we're getting ready for our show, and I'm getting coffee, and we were only on the job, I don't know, probably less than a month, so we're still getting our, quote, sea legs and figuring it all out. And Dave kind of, comes into the coffee area as I'm getting ready to get my cup of coffee and start the show with Anthony, and he goes, yeah, I got a question for you. I'm like, yeah, Dave? He goes, why Anthony? He was ready to divide and conquer right there. Like, why, Anthony? Why? Because he was one of these PDs. You know, already Ant and I had personalities, and we were gonna do a lot of talking, even though there was music. And I think his logic was, no, I was brought in here. It's a music station. It's known as a music station. It was called the only station that really rocks. So it would go against his whole master plan, which was a lot of music, a lot of, stupid interviews with boring musical guests saying
he didn't hire us.
And he didn't hire us. So right there, he was trying to feel me out. If maybe, I don't know. I'm just going to say, I think maybe just keep me to spin stupid tunes and
get rid of me.
And not talk as much and get rid of Anthony.
That's Dave Dickless.
And then I was just like, well, why Anthony? Because he's like probably like the most talented guy out there right now. You idiot.
Stupid Dave Dickless.
Have you listened to the show at all, you idiot?
That made a great working relationship after that.
Of course.
That ass, Dave Dickless, and look at where he ended up. Buried. Look at, we're doing just fine. Thank you, Dave Dickless. And then the other ones where we'd go in for negotiations, and they would be shocked and flabbergasted that we didn't negotiate behind each other's backs.
Right.
They couldn't understand us
guys
going
like Don
into the
and
office.
Mike and the rest of them. They all do their negotiations behind the scenes because
separate.
They're trying to get more money than the other guy.
Right.
But then they go into a studio like we're doing here and act like they're the best of pals and stuff. So they're like, well, we're going to start your negotiations. This is now, 2 years down the road or whatever. Mm-hmm. And they're like, we scheduled your meeting, Opie, for 10 a.m., and Anthony will be at 11:30. And Anthony and I look at each other like, no, sorry. We do this together. And we're just amazed. Absolutely amazed.
Divide and conquer. Always.
You pay him $28,000 and you pay him $28,000.
That was great stuff.
But they couldn't believe it because they were going to nickel and dime both of us, and then it would be our jobs to try to get as much money as possible. We're like, no,
right?
We're in this together. Simple as this.
Yeah, there's a budget for the show. And then they figured whichever one of us could duke it out the best would get more of that piece of pie.
Right.
And they wouldn't want the other one to know that they got more. So, no. You go in there together, beat up on the bosses, and get more than's in the budget. That's the trick.
And we take the good with the bad, too, because when we did the mayor's prank, where Mayor Menino died in the fake car accident. I mean, he didn't die, but our April Fool's prank, that was my bit. Basically, he could have thrown me under the bus.
Right, I could have been there. I could have been Rocco's partner.
He probably could have saved his ass, but Anthony knew we were in this together. So.
It's the Rocco and Anthony show. It's
no mention Opie ever existed, like how phony radio people do.
Mean, technically, Anthony had nothing to do with the planning of that bit. He went along with it on the air and all that, but I mean. If you think about it, he could have probably groveled to the bosses and saved his ass.
I was the misinfo of that situation.
But we've been in this together, the good and the bad. So when stupid guys like Cool Guy come along and try to do this divide and conquer, Opie's cool, but that Jim's a faggot or whatever he said. I don't know, because I'm not really listening that closely. It's stupid. It's not going to work.
A mile away.
Because now Norton is part of the gang. He's been part of the gang for many years now. I mean, it's funny. Some people still look at Norton as the new guy. Norton's been working with us pretty much full time for 3 years.
And believe me, cannot wait until we all walk into a room together, the three of us. Ooh, I can't wait to all go see Hugh and sit down.
Sit down together, all of us? When's that happening?
Oh, wow, that's a great line.
Damn.
Boy, have fun with that line, because that's never going to
happen.
I
know, but it's still, I can dream. I'll probably get to go in with Ben and Steve.
Oh.
But that's what it was. It was trying to divide and conquer. Like, that's Psych 101. Do you really think that's going to work?
That ain't going to work. Stop it.
So, here's one more rant from Cool Guy that doesn't want his listeners to know that he's married with 2 kids.
Who's this?
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
Hey, it's Rod from Canada.
All right, then.
We're working in Colorado listening to you. You're fucking hilarious.
You think it's hilarious, huh?
Yeah.
What makes you think I'm hilarious? Did you actually laugh out loud?
Hey, man, the guy don't even listen to XM, and he listens to when you talk.
He likes when I talk, huh? Well, he's a smart guy, because I am funny. I'm funnier than Jim Norton, don't you think?
Oh, fuck, a lot funnier, man.
Let me tell you something about Jim Norton, man. He's a cheap fuck, and understand what I'm saying? He's a cheap asshole. And I've had problems with Opie in the past, but I'll let it go because he's a radio guy. You understand? I'm not a radio guy. But I'm funny.
Yeah, you are. Don't cut yourself short, man.
I'm not cutting myself short. I'm a rocker. I'm not a radio guy.
What?
Oh, I see.
I'm cool, though, man. I'm a cool guy. You understand?
Really? Are you a cool guy when you're scooping shit out of a diaper at 2 in the morning? You pussy-whipped fucking stay-at-home dad asshole. Ugh. I'm a rocker. No, you're not. Play. A chimp could do your job. And then you can go home and fuck it. Nothing would change.
Wow.
Because he's not trying to be funny. He really doesn't like me. And he figures, all right, I'll smooth things over with Opie. Here's what happened. He's like, all right, look, Opie and Anthony are going to bury me, but I can't get by Norton. He didn't like when I wrote on Whackbag. He didn't like,
apparently not.
Sorry, pal. Should have kept your mouth shut. We weren't talking about you.
Mm-hmm.
And he figured, I can't let Norton go. I can't do it. He probably wanted to, but he just dislikes me so much. So it's not a radio bit. He really doesn't like me. So if you really want to get nasty, let's get nasty. I'm very comfortable with that.
That's where you shine.
I don't even dislike the guy. Who cares about him?
It's just weird. I mean, he writes all these emails, and then the first opportunity he had, he goes after you.
That was stupid.
And what he said it was weak. I mean, is that I'm a cheap fuck, really?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Does my mom kick a can and say I'm moving? Is that the best you have, dude? It stinks.
What? Yeah, why call you cheap?
Because I'm not cheap.
I know, and has he ever been in a position where he's seen you being cheap?
Dude, I probably spent more getting blown than he has on his wife and kids. Do you understand? I'm not cheap. I always tip, always throw a few extra bucks. Sure. I'm not just dumb enough to knock him up and live with him. Sorry, pal, that was your mistake, not mine.
All right, well, there you have it. Cool guy. Have fun. Have fun, guys. Have fun.
And go back on and start it all up again.
Have fun, guys.
Yeah, whackbag.com. What are they, morons and fucks? And you're right, they probably won't. They'll just let it go.
They'll just let it go. I know the type of people they are.
Yeah, they won't start calling his show and trashing him.
No, not at all.
And, you know, if you're going to call a show, make sure, like, you know, you don't mention that he's married with 2 kids, because he doesn't want that to get out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's keep that under our hats. We shouldn't have let that slip, that he has a handful of nitwit listeners who he doesn't want to know that he's married with children. That's definitely something you shouldn't mention on his show.
Ouch.
Because that would probably bother him.
Probably would.
Well, there you go. That was fun.
You'll probably get another email.
I'm not acknowledging any emails from him. I'll read them on the air, but I'm not writing you back, buddy.
Look, I don't want people to know I listen to Broadway show tunes.
Jesus. What an idiot. Really, what an idiot.
Here drinking champagne cocktails. Up in the Sierra Mountains.
Never marry a failed rocker.
Could you be funnier, please?
I better, because that guy is really hilarious.
He's on fire. You're cheap.
Do you see how like shocked he was when somebody said he was funny? He's like, you think I'm funny? Like he wanted to hear lines quoted. It's like, Jesus, dude, are you that desperate to be seen as a good entertainer?
Oof.
You're not entertaining. I'm sorry.
That's nasty.
Hit the post, faggot. Do what you've been hired to do.
All right, well, we got to go to break. Are we in trouble with breaks? We've talked for like an hour straight. We'll do a long one here.
Ooh,
as we go to break, Anthony, very sad news in the bowling world.
There's a bowling world?
Yeah. Dick Weber has passed on.
The famous bowler. I even know that name.
Dick Weber, one of bowling's first national stars, leaves his mark as giant of the sport.
Leaves his mark.
He was 75 years old, Anthony. He died Sunday night in his sleep at his home in St. Louis. A cause of death was not immediately known. Dick Weber.
Split Carson never threw a gutter ball. Odd Couple.
Wow. You just quoted The Odd Couple? Are you insane?
That's why, Dave! That's why!
Who else comes up with that?
I'm insane.
Are you still wondering, Dave, as you're unemployed again? Or was he was working at that all-business station in Boston, but then the owner of the station killed himself?
Shot himself because he was going to be indicted on some charges of
Is Dave still working
trading.
there? Dave got fired from there, too. He went to an all-business station in Boston.
I got to check. I think they just got rid of the whole station. I don't even think it exists.
I really don't know. He might still be there, just miserable, just trying to figure out why his career never took off like
Did he get canned right before the guy committed suicide?
I think he was still there, but I think once the boss blows his brains out, I think the next guy coming in pretty much cleans house. You don't want anybody that this guy hired. He's a nut.
And it was an AM business day. And the signal was terrible. Like you could barely hear it around Boston.
He was pretty much programming the stock ticker for radio.
Yeah.
It was all business. It was like Bloomberg here in New York, that station.
Even Bloomberg gives like news. This wasn't even that. This was a bad version of that. It was just like business.
Keep wondering,
stock
Dave.
Ticker.
Keep wondering. Did you wonder when we were on CBS Sunday Morning?
Dave.
Were you still wondering, Dave?
Dave Dickless.
While they're talking to us on CBS Sunday Morning about indecency?
Built his whole career on Ozone's back, John Osterlin, the guy that had the relationship with the bands up there at AAF, built his whole career on that, on John's schmoozing of bands and record guys, and rode that. And then once John was gone, the guy's true colors shown. He was a nothing.
And by the
way,
excuse me. This has been wondered about in the radio business. You know, why we really turned on Dave Douglas. We never really respected him to begin with. That's a fact. And Dave knows that. I mean, we had the closed-door meetings, and his ideas were ridiculous, and we laughed at him. He wanted us to consider him the third member of the Opie and Anthony show.
Oh, he actually said that.
So we really had no respect for him. But he, quote, was technically our boss, so we dealt with him, and what am I trying to say here? We try to keep out of each other's way.
We smiled
basically.
And nodded and did whatever we wanted.
Something we don't talk about often, because we really don't pat ourselves on the back on this show often, okay? But the reality is, when Anthony and I went to WAAF in Worcester, Massachusetts, we were the first radio show that made a real dent in the Boston ratings. Mm-hmm. I believe, someone can look it up, we were the first radio station to beat BCN. The first radio show to beat BCN. And at that point, BCN had to really, really acknowledge us for the first time. Because this AAF station has a bad signal. It was out in the suburbs. But we made such our mark that we really just put AAF at a whole nother level.
Put it on the map in Boston.
A whole nother level.
It was a Worcester station.
They were starting to get a lot more respect, bigger acts coming by, a real buzz about the radio station, and a lot of people do credit Anthony and I for doing that, okay? Yeah. And we don't really talk about it often, all right? So we move on to NEW after we messed up our careers there. And one of these rag magazines, radio rag magazines, this is exactly why, Dave, and I know you listen.
Dave.
They did a retrospect on WAAF, like a 25-year history or whatever it was, 30-year history of AAF. The highs, the lows, all about the station. How they started, what they've been doing, what they ended up becoming, some of the big names that worked at the joint. Anthony and I aren't mentioned in the entire thing.
Nothing.
And it's all about Dave. They're interviewing him like he was the guy that made this station so huge.
Oh yeah.
And the funny thing is, Dave pretty much with the help of this rag magazine, I forget if it was Friday Morning Quarterback or I forget which one. It was a special issue. Yep. He helped them put this thing out with old photos and information about this job.
It was all Dave putting it together. It was pretty much the guy came in, Dave did the interviews and gave them all the material that they would need.
I'm on the Long Island Railroad, commuting into WNEW, reading this thing, just getting more and more just livid and pissed off.
And it wasn't like they weren't talking about any old jocks that were on there.
They talked about everybody. There was one mention of us, and it was because of Otto. Jesus, I almost forgot Otto's name. Who was the promotional guy there. And they asked Otto, because they were interviewing everybody. Do you have an example of a promotion that went wrong or something like that? And he goes, well, the time Opie and Anthony gave out the free turkeys.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, was illustrated in FHM last month.
Right.
That story. That was the only mention in the entire thing.
Yeah.
Didn't mention our CD that went on to sell close to 100,000 copies up there. Didn't mention the fact that we were the main force on the TV show that AF put out.
Beating BCN for the first time.
The ridiculous ratings we got in Afternoon Drive up there. Nothing. It was
All
like we
Dave.
didn't. It was like we didn't exist.
Dave was responsible.
And
for
that was
station.
the day I said, you know what? I will just trash this guy until he finally does not do radio at all anymore.
Yep. Oh. I used to remember when I was writing him emails. Remember the fun we used to have in the office when I used to write emails? I used to get these email accounts with fake names and write Dave and Rocco and all them, and just write and CC it to the GM. And yeah, Ben was doing the same thing. We'd CC it to the head of the whole division, the GM, and write how bad they were and how, you guys are, I'm an insider and you guys are so close to getting fired. They're bringing new people in. Come on, tell him, because Dave has to know. I pounded this for months, and you know how bad it is to get a bad email?
Oh, yeah.
Now imagine getting one and it's also CC'd to your bosses. Oh, it was awful. We used to laugh our asses off.
And then what happened was, they lived off what we built for a few years, and then all of a sudden the whole thing collapsed. And then it came time to start pointing fingers like, whoa, what happened?
What happened?
And the reality was Anthony and I left.
Yep.
It really is the reality. And, then we get word that they're going to fire Dave. I took so much pleasure, Dave, in telling not the whole world, but like 20 cities that you were getting fired that day, and you had no idea.
Yep.
I broke the news to you.
That was great.
Because we knew before he did.
Gone. We should find the Dada Dave thing. That's a great example of how he used to...
we have Dada Dave somewhere, no?
Do we? How he used to treat us with his little phone calls during the show. He's right down the hall, and he would call us during commercials. He would call us up and go, do you think we could steer away from the subject matter that you're discussing right now? Oh, yeah, okay, Dave. Click. And then we just keep talking about it. He'd come in red-faced, veins popping out of his head. What? I thought you meant the other thing we were talking about, Dave. And whenever we would talk about, gay people, he would get really upset because he'd have to field the phone calls. And he'd come running in and just bash us about it. So we threw together a montage of real gay song with some of the clips from his phone calls. Yeah, really. He was so pissed off at that one, too. And I don't think we can find it.
No, because...
It wasn't on Cringe.
No, it was in our office when we were showing the door. I don't know if I have that anymore.
Wow,
what a shame.
That's legendary. We better have it somewhere.
Yeah, no, I know. The listeners will send it in, and we'll play it another day.
Yeah.
But, Anthony, in honor of Dick Weber passing on, the great bowler.
Who was he? Oh, right, the bowler.
The great bowler. I want to play the Stephen Lynch bowling song.
Oh, we don't get many occasions to play this.
We hate this song. We told Lynch we hated it, and then he throws it on his CD with this huge intro about Anthony and I. It's pretty funny, actually. Check this out.
Sorry, I don't know that song. I don't know what the you're talking about. That bowling song will be the death of me. Half the people here don't even know what you're talking about, by the way. I wrote a song called Almighty Malachi, Professional Bowling God. I probably wrote it 10 years ago. It was one of the first songs I ever wrote, and one time I went on Opie and Anthony. And I had no new material, but I wanted to, plug a show, so I had to do something. And I reached back in the vault and I pulled out Almighty Malachi, Professional Bowling God. And not only did they not laugh, they made so much f***ing fun of this song. They just said they never played it again. And they made me play it yesterday on the radio just to humiliate me. So if you really want to hear it... Why? Why do you want to hear this song? All right. By the way, forget that it's about bowling. You're not supposed to know that at the beginning of the song. I'll just play it fast. You watch me on your TV. Say but you can't judge me till you walked a mile in my bowling shoes. So I don't get all the ladies. Got a mullet from the 80s. I'm known throughout the valleys as the prophet of the alleys. And as I roll the ball, I cry, let me bowl and let me die. I'm almighty Malachi, the bowling god. The smell of rosin gets me high. Kiss those f***ing pins goodbye. I'm almighty Malachi, the bowling god. Thank you for coming out tonight. All right, one more verse. Got a ball that's smooth and all black. I keep it in my favorite ball sack. Oh yeah. I get a feeling in my soul as I finger every hole. And as I roll the ball, I cry, let me bowl it every night. I'm almighty Malachi, the bowling god. The smell of rosin gets me high. Kiss those motherfuckers in the eye. I'm almighty Malachi, the bowling. Not a single man will try to beat almighty Malachi. All who challenge me are slain. Come on, f***ers, pick a lane. Marshall Holt, Gary Dickens, get in line for your ass kickings. John Petraglia, Norton Duke, you're so lame it makes me puke. Who among the Pro Bowl sector dares to down his wrist protector? Not that pussy Nelson Burton, tell me that his wrist is hurting. Hey, Mark Roth, hey, Earl of Pearl, are you scared to give the ball a hurl? How about Dickie Weber and his son Pete? I'll turn the motherfucker cream of weed. And then I roll the ball, I cry, let me bowl and let me die. I'm almighty Malachi, the bowling god. Smell of rosin gets me high. Kiss those f***ing pins goodbye. I'm almighty Malachi, the bowling god, yeah. The bowling
Hey everybody, it's Stephen Lynch, and you're listening to Opie and Anthony on XM Satellite Radio.
The best thing on TV are the commercials, especially the stupid ones, like the ones for X-Lax. Now, this is a laxative, but in the commercial, they have this grown woman talking to her grown daughter. They refer to X-Lax as their family's best friend. Now, I wonder where they go for the holidays. The next time that commercial is on, listen carefully to what the man says during the commercial. He's talking about a laxative. He says, and I quote, "It works while you sleep." I don't want that. No, I want to be up and awake. Ready to go.
Do you avail yourself today of the modern miracle medicines?
I don't take drugs. I don't like drugs.
Don't use any drugs?
I don't use drugs.
So, well, what do you use instead of drugs, or if you have some illness or disease?
Fruits, the elixir of life.
You mean fruits can cure diseases?
Fruits, there's a fruit for any disease that mankind has.
That's hard to believe.
Name the disease, I'll give you the fruit.
Really?
Absolutely.
Arterial sclerosis?
Bananas.
Bananas? Wow.
Bananas, because arterial sclerosis, hardening of the artery, you need something soft.
Yes.
Either bananas or a mushy pear. Either one will save you.
How about tuberculosis?
Tuberculosis.
TB.
Blueberries.
TB? How? Why?
They stain the tubercle bacteria. You find them, you kill them.
Blueberries. How about
very good.
Diarrhea?
Diarrhea, you got to eat peaches.
Peaches?
Peaches are very good.
Any kind of peaches?
Oh, no. Not Alberta.
No, really?
No. The clean peaches.
Why? I know why.
Yeah. They hold you together a little bit.
The virus is out. I repeat, the virus is out.
Opie and Anthony. The virus is spreading. The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.
2004, the Fall Classic as heard on XM. 2005, the hot stove is officially closed as pitchers and catchers have reported to spring training. XM Satellite Radio has you covered with the launch of Home Plate XM 175. Here's the lineup.
6A to 9A East. Baseball this morning.
Hosted by Mark Patrick and former Philadelphia Phillies star shortstop and manager Larry Boa.
12 noon to 2 p. East. Baseball Beat.
Anchored by renowned broadcaster Charlie Steiner, talking one-on-one with the nation's top baseball writers.
2 to 3 p. East. Fantasy Focus.
A show for the millions of fantasy baseball league participants.
3 to 6 p. East. The Show.
Hosted by Kevin Kennedy and Rob Dibble.
6 to 7 p. East. On Deck.
With live updates from the ballparks before the evening's game.
7 p.m. to 3 a.m. East. Baseball Live.
A fast-paced, multi-hour program hosted by Ronnie Lane and Joe Castellano.
MLB Home Plate XM 175. Your source for breaking baseball news and analysis.
4 additional radios, 1 plan. The XM Family Plan. You can add up to 4 additional XM radios to your account for only $6.99 a month per radio. If you already have more than 1 radio, convert to the Family Plan today and start saving. Go to familyplan.xmradio.com or call XM Listener Care at 1-800-XM-RADIO to learn more.
It's the O&A virus. XM 202. XM News, Talk, Sports, and Information. It's everything all the time.
The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.
All right, let's go, boys. It's the Opie and Anthony program.
Madman.
A very, very busy day. Yeah, so Noah, the intern, has quit.
Oh, wow. You just let that info right out.
Yeah, because we got to move on. It's kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
You know, we were having a lot of fun with Noah. He was our intern that, would dress very, very nicely for the radio program.
He was probably the most flamboyant intern we've had.
And we had a lot of fun with him, and and we kept asking him, off air, are you cool with this and this and that? He loved the attention and all, but I don't know what happened. But basically, I guess his father called after the show yesterday, really pissed off, and next thing you know, we find out that Noah's not going to intern here anymore. So I don't know what's going on.
That was that.
Right.
He has left the program. Yeah, there were a lot of times off air. Kind of pull him aside and go, dude, you okay with this?
Right.
Just making sure. And
he was loving the airtime, but I don't know. Yesterday it seemed to just all of a sudden turn, because when we were talking to him late in the show yesterday, I mean, I saw his face. It was getting all red and weird and stuff. Like he was getting
maybe his father had a chat with him.
Yeah, he was getting uncomfortable or something. I don't know. And then I threw a strawberry at his shoe. But I mean, I do stuff like that all the time.
Sure, you threw poker chips at some lady.
Well, we mess with the interns a lot. I just was annoyed that he had $500 shoes on.
You're a little jealous.
I don't have $500 shoes. I guess
who does?
I guess I could go out and get them now. I don't know.
Yeah. Why not? Let's get some Gucci shoes. We'll all throw chocolate.
Sucker Patty gave us she gave us the chocolate covered strawberries yesterday for Valentine's Day, and we ate a few, and then I was full, and then I was annoyed because I saw his really nice shoe, and we set him up nicely. You guys made sure that the shoe was on the counter, and
right up on the console.
And I pelted it.
I actually thought you just wanted to see it.
No, not at all.
I gotta be honest, I thought you just wanted to see it too.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you guys throwing me under a bus?
No, not at all. I howled when I saw that strawberry.
That's what made it so much more funny to me. I wasn't expecting it.
I did like him, though.
He kept lifting his foot up and not really putting it up on the console. So
when are you going to expect it?
I know, that's just it.
I mean, when?
How can you prepare yourself for $500 shoes having a chocolate-covered treat thrown at them? No one expects that on any level.
No. So,
chocolate-covered treat.
I got to say, I'm bummed that Noah has decided to leave the program.
Yeah.
So am I.
Maybe he'll reconsider and come back, and he could still intern. We'll just leave him off the air or whatever, but we'll see what happens with that. I thought he was cool with everything that was going on. I defended him. I had no idea what he was. We were having fun with that. It was a nice bit and a nice angle. We're always looking for angles and bits on this radio show.
Yeah, honestly, we have no clue and really could care less what anyone's sexual orientation on this show is. The whole thing was he would just come in on a daily basis dressed.
I was more annoyed, I'll be honest, because I was brought up really poor. Extremely poor. And I was just really annoyed that he had such nice clothes at his age.
Jesus! That bothered you?
Yes! Dude, I had the same shoes for a year at a time, man, where there were holes in them. We were so poor, and we got haircuts for a while there once a year.
Oh, but don't hate the player. Hate the game.
So there was always something in me going,
wow. That bothers you to this day?
I always hated rich kids, yes.
Wow.
Yes. I mean, you know, my dad got me, when I got my driver's license, he got me a Dodge Aspen wagon.
Ooh.
That was older than dirt, man. And I was proud of the car, you know. But the problem was where we lived, you know, on Long Island, we lived in kind of a middle to upper middle class neighborhood.
Yep.
But we were like on the low end, on the way low end. And having 7 kids.
Yeah.
So I'm driving this Dodge Aspen wagon to school, really old, so old that the back doors, they didn't close anymore, so there was a metal wire.
What?
You want to talk about safety? A metal wire that went from door to door in the back seat.
To hold the back doors closed?
Yeah. And so if I was, driving some of my friends to school, they would jump in and they would
the back seat?
Yeah, and the only way to sit in the back seat, you had to, sit, behind the metal wire.
Get out of here.
Swear to you, bro.
You realize it would be like an egg slicer if you got in an accident.
I know.
They would just be cut in half.
But that was my dad's logic. He was always, he was like McGwire.
Wow.
The doors, instead of maybe sending it to
fixing the door.
To the garage, it probably would have cost $20. No, my dad's way of doing things was go out to his garage and find a way to fix it himself.
Did they have to climb in from the front?
Yeah.
Into the back seat?
Yeah, just hop over the front seat, into the back, have the metal wire across from door to door, and they would sit like that. No one cared.
That is really, really rigged.
And then I would drive to Harborfields High School, park in the student parking lot, and then here comes everybody else in their brand new Beamers and what have you.
Yeah.
Volvos that daddy bought them.
Oh, here it comes. So that's where the hatred comes from.
Well, it's not kids. It's not a hatred, but
ooh, the rich kid doesn't have a big wire in his backseat.
Well, and the rich kid got to buy, a nice hot lunch at school. While we were eating our bruised apples and our Pepperidge Farm peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Remember the Pepperidge Farm bread?
That was the worst bread ever.
My mom bought it.
It was pre-stale.
It was pre-stale because. It was cheap because it was ready to be thrown in the dumpster is what it was.
Yeah.
And it was thin to begin with.
Real thin. It was hard. And then you'd get, fresh Wonder Bread. It's like a cloud. Oh, soft and doughy. That fresh, brand new Wonder Bread.
The only time I got
Never
Wonder
got
Bread.
That, did you?
No. Maybe when I went over a friend's house or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, man. And then it would be... Then I only
farm bread.
I only figured this out. I only figured this out recently because of Jim's apple thing.
Yeah.
That we always had apples with a bruise on it. One bruise, peanut butter and jelly sandwich on Pepperidge Farm, wafer thin bread with the jelly soaking through. And we've joked about this in the past, but it's the God's honest truth. I'll get one of my 4 brothers on the phone, one of my 2 sisters, no problem. I mean, we didn't have the sandwich bag, so it was whatever my mom could find to wrap up these sandwiches.
Wait, to wrap up the sandwiches or to put it in a bag? You had your paper sandwich bag, and then you had it in saran wrap or Ziploc bags.
Stop.
What was your sandwich?
Not even tin foil.
What was it?
Just whatever bags were laying around. Maybe an old bread bag. Whatever, bags from shopping. So it was the big plastic bag from, the grocery store. So she'd wrap it in that a bunch of times.
Oh, God.
Dude, I went to school with really big brown Wallbaum's bags.
Like the big shopping bag with your little lunch bag?
Yeah.
Where most of the time the parents would buy you the lunch bags. They were bags specially made for lunch.
Stop.
You'd get
Never.
the big Wallbounds lunch grocery bag.
You'd hear the apple roll from end to end. I'm not kidding.
Rolling over the sandwich, soaking more jelly through it. Oh, did kids make fun of you at the table when you pulled out that monstrosity?
No, because when you're in that situation as a kid, I think you learn ways to kind of hide that type of thing.
Wow, that is brutal. I'll give you that.
And, if we got lunch money, it was a real treat.
To some real poor kid, kicking with no shoes on in Kansas, that probably sounds like a luxury. But if people understood Harborfield's, this is like very rich people, very wealthy, high.
I wouldn't say very.
Upper middle class.
But, yeah, they're doing very well.
Definitely upper middle class.
Yeah, they're doing very well.
Class. Yeah.
So that's the curse is being on the low end of whatever.
Yeah. So you had to
it wasn't
see some
about
kids.
It wasn't about not having money. Like if all my friends didn't have money and the school district, then it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't because you're used to the people you hang out with. Simple as that.
You had no fruit cup.
You didn't get cup.
No pudding. So you
Stop.
top the pudding and nothing like that.
It was mostly an apple and peanut butter and jelly.
And the apple was bruised. Why? Because
always bruised. And I was thinking maybe there was some kind of sale on bruised
discount
apples.
on bruised apples, maybe. Oh, jeez, you were poor.
And then I told you about the jeans that never faded.
Jeans that never faded.
What was the jean store in Huntington? Columbus, was it?
Mm.
This goes back a while, but the jeans that fade.
Sure, you want them to fade.
In junior high, all my friends have the jeans that fade, and then eventually they, holes in the knees.
Yeah, it starts fraying.
How cool
and stuff.
is that?
Those are cool,
right?
Yeah.
And my jeans never faded. I never understood why. It was because it was those other jeans, the fake jeans.
The fake jeans.
Remember the fake blue jeans?
Yeah.
They're coming back a little bit, actually.
Yeah.
That never fade. But I didn't know that.
You didn't have.
And I would just sneak mine in the wash over and over again, sneaking it past,
Yeah.
Because laundry was a big deal in our house, too. But I would sneak that
What was a big deal about laundry?
Dude, 7 kids, figure it out. My mom was literally doing laundry every hour of the day.
Really, just constantly
So it was like,
washing.
look, man, wear your jeans more than once, please, help me out here, type of thing. So, I would sneak them in, though, because I wanted these damn things to fade.
They never
faded.
Now, you must have been a hand-me-down family, too.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the clothes went down the line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and someone's reminding me on the line. Yeah, that is the God's honest truth.
Oh, my God, that's right.
I once brought lunch to school in a cement bag. That is the truth. Because my dad was really into cementing.
Like those bags of Sacrete and stuff that you'd get at
my dad
the hardware store to do like your sidewalk.
He was insane with the cement work.
Loved cement.
My brothers are convinced he'd started this whole cement thing to keep us busy.
Just keep it like a prison detail?
Oh, yeah, because we had to go find the sand.
He have any Italian in him?
No.
The Italian's always with the cement.
No, he was building rock walls and paths that led to nowhere and more paths. It was, dude. No, I don't think you've ever been to my family house, no?
Wiping it off, sir. Wiping it off, boss.
He would buy the cement bags like, I don't know, 10 at a time. It was ridiculous. And then we had these sand pits. We had actual sand pits. And our job was to
mix the cement.
Yeah, our job was to get the sand to mix into the cement.
So
then these cement
crazy.
bags were laying around, and I guess one day we were real desperate, and I actually brought my lunch to school.
In one of the empty cement bags?
Yeah.
Was there all cement dust in it?
Yes, definitely, a little bit.
You broke that out at the lunch table?
Well...
And cement dust goes everywhere? That's horrible. That's child abuse.
Was it child abuse?
That is child abuse.
You do what you can when you have 7 kids.
Do what you can. Find another bag other than a cement bag. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I used to feel bad that sometimes I had to cover my books with brown paper bag.
Sometimes?
Book covers. Yeah, because sometimes I'd get the real cool book covers,
I never got a book cover.
Never got the book cover from
No, stop.
Trapper Keeper?
No.
Never had a good loose leaf?
My science book said wall bounds on the front. It was always wall bounds.
Brown paper bag. Oh. Wow, that's brutal, man. You were poor.
So
Hence the hatred.
So maybe yesterday a little of that came out.
When you saw that Gucci shoe on his foot, $500 Gucci shoe, did you think about your cement bag lunch?
I thought about bruised apples.
I thought about Pepperidge Farm bread soaked with jelly.
I thought about the margarine and sugar sandwiches at the beach house. Oh yeah, I did.
Oh, all that anger came out in that one chocolate-covered strawberry.
Feeling good about where my life has taken me.
Yeah.
But it all came back in that moment.
Anger. As soon as that glistening shoe came up on the console, it was over, Johnny.
Cliff is saying they're tough skin jeans or something like that.
Oh, tough skins, yeah. Oof. Oh, my God, those were like, the heavy denim that just never faded. It was denim from through and through.
It was made not to fade.
Yeah.
But I didn't understand that as a kid.
Yeah, and they were... They didn't rip either. They were real thick denim.
Yeah.
Tough skins. Awful.
Oh, but the cement work and the... my dad was an amazing guy.
What would he have you make?
Like, a lot of rock walls to begin with.
Rock walls.
A lot of rock walls, and then pathways all around the house, and then a pathway from the back door to the garage that was separated from the house.
Oh.
And then a pathway that kind of led up into the woods, but just stopped.
Just stopped once you hit the woods?
Yeah, it's just all these cement paths everywhere.
Wow.
My younger brother jokes that we didn't have bedrooms, we had barracks.
He'd call you up early in the morning, blow the bugle, and then you're out with the wheelbarrow and shovels.
We had the Volkswagen bus that on a Saturday or Sunday, my dad would go, hey, we're going for a ride, and we'd get all excited as little kids. Like, wow.
You had a Volkswagen minibus?
Yeah, those hippie buses.
Yeah, the hippie bus.
Yeah, and then he'd load us up, and the seats were out of it so we could fit more people.
The doors closed, so you didn't have any wires or anything?
Yeah, but the door closed, but there were no seats.
So you were just, like, tumbling around the
No joke, like
little apples in bags.
Yeah. I mean, I laugh at these parents with their stupid safety.
Yeah, stupid safety.
And their minivans and stuff. Like Elo was driving us in his hoopty.
Yeah.
His whip.
Right.
And he had all the latest features and safety things for his
mirrors, so he could see his kid in the back.
For his little Jackson.
Yeah.
No, we had a Volkswagen bus where we took the seats out. So it was the driver's seat and the passenger seat. You had those two for mom and dad.
Uh-huh.
But then there were supposed to be 2 rows of seats in the back. Those were taken out so we could fit more people in there.
More people? Is that what it was for?
Yeah, dude, we had 7 kids.
Wow. And they would just load you in and drive around.
Oh, yeah.
And if they had to hit the brakes hard, you'd all fly to the front?
Yeah, like the seatbelts were still kind of, if I remember correctly, were still anchored to the floor of the damn thing, so you kind of would hold on.
Oh, you'd hold on. That's good in an accident.
Yeah, a little bit.
Rip your hands apart before you fly into the back of the seat.
So my dad would load up the Volkswagen bus, and all of a sudden we're out in the wilderness, some wilderness on Long Island, and all of a sudden it'd be a big hill. He goes, hey, kids, why don't you run up that hill and get me some rocks?
What?
We thought we were going to play Army or something. He would try to make believe it was like some kind of cool game.
Make a game.
Guys, why don't you go play Army up in these woods? But while you're at it, why don't you roll some of those nice rocks down? Because we're going to be building another rock wall soon. And
so you guys would have to go out and get the rocks for the rock wall?
Yes!
Oh, this is like prison, dude. It's like a work detail.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we'd run around a little bit, but we'd be rolling the rocks down the hill and collecting them, and then go back to the homestead.
Isn't that odd now you go to posh stores and purchase rocks for your apartment? When you were a kid, you were running up hills getting rocks for rock walls. Yeah. You just go, I'll take one of those.
Yeah, people see the little rock thing I have in my apartment, and I'm like, don't even ask.
It's kind of a tribute. It's kind of a reminder.
Right.
Constant reminder of where you were, you are.
I bought those rocks.
Yeah.
I didn't have to go out and dig for them. Yeah, sometimes you had to dig for them.
Wow, that Gucci shoe really pissed him off. I could absolutely see why now. I was wondering, when he put the shoe up there, I looked at Opie's face, and there was just this look of anger and, you son of a bitch, before you lobbed that chocolate-covered strawberry at it.
All the success was wiped away, all the adult content. He was just a little girl running through the woods holding a lamb.
Holding a lamb. Poor bastard.
No, honestly, I didn't know any better.
It puts the rocks in the minivan. I stink.
I mean, we had a good childhood though, because we didn't know any better. The only time I knew better was, like I said, going to school and seeing
the kids that had
the rich kids with all the really nice clothes and the cars. But
how was it around Christmas time in elementary school? Because I was by no means well off.
Christmas?
Yeah.
I would love to have some tragic story. It was probably better than most people's Christmas.
So maybe you got a new shovel.
No, they went all out.
A new cement rake.
They went all out for Christmas.
Yeah.
It was amazing every year. Absolutely amazing. Couldn't even walk in the living room. There were so many presents for us. Oh yeah. No, they went all out. Credit cards, to the limit, man.
Oh, really?
Every year.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, they did their best.
That's good then.
7 kids, and then all the other people they were taking in all the time. So, I don't know. I had like some kind of half-sister for a while, and then one day she just left. I haven't seen her in 20 years. I don't know.
She was living in your house?
Yeah, she was living in the house. She was my sister's best friend at the time that they brought in because she was having a bad, home life.
Was there any resentment on your part? Like, excuse me, I'm taking my lunch to school in a cement bag, bruised apple, Pepperidge Farm bread. Perhaps if you didn't take this person in, you could maybe get me some Wonder Bread? Anything like that going through your head at any time?
Nah, not really.
No?
Honestly, not really. Because I always, did my own thing. I was caddying and, making my own money at 14.
Winning that caddy tournament. Now that's the important thing. Okay, Pookie. Get me the Pepperidge Farm bread.
We had black kids that came out for the weekend.
How about a bruised apple?
We had the black kids come out for the weekend, and we'd take them to the beach and to the.
You were a sponsor family for.
Yeah, I think so.
What was that called? The Fresh Air Fund.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, there was a Fresh Air Fund. I remember the commercial.
Yeah.
And it was a kid going, being taken out to the country, which was Long Island, and going to the beach.
Either the
with
beach
a white family,
or like the church pool or whatever it was called. No, it was Camp Alvernia. Remember Camp Alvernia?
Oh yeah.
I think the church would take over the campgrounds for a weekend or something like that.
Invite the black kids.
Yeah, and all the families would bring their little black kids to the pool.
All the white families would bring their black kids. Look what I got. Oh man, that is horrible. Yeah, well, I forgot about that. A bunch of white people from Long Island.
And honestly, then you felt like you had it good, because you take things for granted, like
having a little fun, sending back to the Bronx.
Living on Long Island, we have some unbelievable beaches, as you know, and we would be bringing these the black kids there, and a bunch of families would get together, and the black kids would be running around, and they would just be out of their minds because they're not used to this. If they're lucky, they get to swim in one of these city pools. That's about it.
That's it.
And then you realize, well, I guess it's not that bad out here,
That's probably why they did it.
So
they get you. Wow, that is something. We got some audio, I think, of way long ago. One of the black children living at your house.
Days never finish. Master got me working. Someday Master set me free.
Wow. Sound like they were having fun.
You didn't take in the black kids?
No. My mother, she had to raise the 3 of us by herself. She did very well, but, we weren't bringing in black kids. And especially, my mom is definitely mellowed with her age, believe it or not. You've heard her singing and whatnot, but I mean, her opinions, I guess, were a little different back then. No, we weren't taking in any black children. When we'd leave our clothes around and she'd come in, what the fuck am I, 3 shades darker than you? Pick this shit up, Like, oh. Or I'd get money for my birthday, and I'd be like, Mom, could you take me to the mall? I want to. Look at you, you're spending that. What are you, nigger rich? Save your money. Do something with it. I'm like, oh, yeah. And it was just, that's the way my mother talked back then.
Well,
She's definitely changed, her opinions, but back then, that's kind of the language that was going around the house a little bit. So we weren't taking in any black children. Weren't as charitable as the Hughes household. I do remember the Fresh Air Fund, though.
We were brought up in a very religious, not a religious household per se, but a religious town, Centerport. is very Catholic, and the church is very involved in the community and stuff like that. So, growing up, we got involved with all this stuff.
God, no, it was just all about us. Believe me, if it was taking a black kid in from the Bronx so we could show him a good time for the summer, or us having name brand food or the store brand food, we go for the name brand food. I had the Wonder Bread, my friend.
Did you really?
Yeah, I had the new lunch box.
I got to call my brother because he'll remember all the products that we had. It was ridiculous. And we had, if you open up our cupboard, it was just a lot of white.
Was it all the...
Remember, there was like...
No Frills, it was called.
It was called No Frills,
No
right?
Frills.
Okay.
The white can with just
everything
beets.
everything was white.
Yeah.
So when I saw that movie Repo Man, and they went into the store and it was just beer, it used to make me laugh because I had that. Not the beer part, but I mean it was like like you said, peaches, cornflakes.
Yep.
But it wasn't even cornflakes. It was like flakes or something like that.
Flakes.
But everything was in white boxes.
Yep. Yeah, that was the No Frills brand. And then, no, we had...
Powdered milk?
No. Dude,
watered down powdered milk?
Nope.
That's what we had.
We had the milk. We had Del Monte. We had Entenmann's Donuts. I'm talking...
Wow.
I'm talking living large. Living large. And that was all my mom going to work, for 20 hours a day.
Yeah, but you had a lot less kids. We had 7.
We only had the 3 of them.
We had 7 kids plus, we would be bringing our friends over. I mean, my mom was feeding I don't know, man, 10, 12 people at a time easily.
Can't be so charitable.
Easily.
Thinking about me. That's what you got to do.
Watered down orange juice. To this day, I got to water down my orange juice. If you see me in a restaurant, you'll laugh. You've seen me water down the orange juice. It's too sweet.
Yeah.
I'm used to...
You're used to watering down everything?
Yeah.
No.
The worst was the powdered milk, watered down.
Powdered. Stop it. Where are you living?
Like that stuff we throw in our coffee sometimes?
That's Coffee Mate.
That's pretty much...
Water and Coffee Mate put on your cereal?
Pretty much. I mean, it was actually powdered milk, so it was a little better, but...
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. So maybe that came out yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah, a little bit of that. I was wondering, because I wasn't brought up with the best of everything. My mother was always struggling, so us 3... kids had what we wanted and stuff, but I guess I was never at the position where I would then look at somebody with $500 Gucci shoes and feel compelled to throw some chocolate-covered fruit at them. So, yeah, maybe I have a little more of an understanding now, Opie. To your anger.
Great. Sean from Tennessee grew up just like Opie. Yeah, but you're in Tennessee.
Oh, that's horrible.
I wish I lived in Tennessee how he lived. I would have fit right in. This is New York.
Opie, you will let me know if that apple stops rolling.
My mother did pretty good, though. She used to work at that disco out on Long Island.
You know what's
called Chaz?
You know what you have to do to do pretty well in a disco?
What?
You know how bad that just sounded?
No, I'm going to say my mother was really hot, and she used to dress in the little skirts because she was a cocktail waitress over at disco. And the tips she used to get were ridiculous. All these old guys would come in, ogle her. She'd bring them the drinks, and they would tip the crap out of her.
Your mom's still hot, by the way.
Well, she's no kid anymore, but she's cute as a button.
She's still a looker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I love my mom.
You're right, Hawk? Spreading dysentery.
I know.
But
your mom is very attractive.
She made a lot. She used to, do very well, and she'd come home and be able to, support us and take care of 3 kids and do a pretty good job at it.
Cool. Let's go to Jason. Jason.
Yo, man. What's up, you bastards?
What's up?
Yo, you remember rumor when you were a kid about the Parkway bridges being too small? Wanto Parkway, Southern State by Robert Moses, so the buses couldn't get through with the black people to the beaches.
That was the rumor, that Robert Moses had the highways built on Long Island going to his beaches, and the bridges are very low. Trucks aren't allowed on these parkways.
A lot of people say that this isn't a rumor, by the way.
I know. And the clearance under some of these bridges are as low as 9 feet, some of them. Really low bridges. And, the story is that Robert Moses did this on purpose, so the buses that brought the black people couldn't fit under the bridges, so they couldn't go to their beautiful, white, pristine Long Island beaches. But you go some of the beaches that the black people are at Coney Island and stuff, forget about it.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
All right, we got to take a break, but How did this start? Oh, because we were saying goodbye to Noah.
Oh, and his Gucci shoes.
And I liked the kid. He was all right. We had a lot of fun with him. He gave us great radio.
We did.
I didn't mind his song Julia.
You didn't mind it at all. I remember that. Yeah, I thought it was a little much, but you can't fault the guy for wanting to pursue his dreams. Yeah.
And he always backed up his girl stories. He always had the right names and the right locations.
Certainly did. We never tripped up once.
Nope.
So whatever his sexual orientation is,
we'll never
best
know.
of luck to you.
We'll never know.
And as far as the job around here, quite frankly, I'm not qualified to even comment on it because I don't know what any of these assholes do. I see him sitting there every day across from me through that window in the booth, and I don't have a clue what any of them do. I know the one plays music every so often, and we enjoy his selections, whatever his name is, but...
That's Derek.
What? Who?
I know Derek. I just don't know the tall guy's name.
I number them. It helps. He's the one who sits as one. The tall one is 2.
2.
And the other one's interchange is 3 and 4. I never know which is 3 and 4, actually.
So I guess we're looking for a Noah 3.
And so I don't know what Noah did, and I don't know if he did it well. I assume he did.
He was good.
He was here, and he wasn't fired, so I guess he did the job. And he'll be missed around here.
But I want to keep the door open. If he wants to come back, we'll try to work something out for him, all right?
We're always willing to work with people.
Because, quite frankly, we're saying goodbye to too many people on this show.
Yes.
We're playing this Hulk music a little too much lately.
Yeah, I have noticed this music play a lot.
Who forgot? We already forgot about cricket.
Cricket.
And now we have to say goodbye to Noah, Anthony. So why don't you give the official goodbye to Noah?
Noah, bon voyage. We wish you the best, and you'll be missed around here. Take care. Farewell.
Steve, SOS, I need milk immediately.
Coming soon to the Opie and Anthony Show, Milk Diva World Tour. Featuring all your favorite Milk Diva hits. Live in concert.
My blood sugar level is dropping as I speak.
Featuring the classic, There's a Deli Downstairs.
There's a deli right downstairs, is there not? Who the F gets milk from Dwayne Reed?
And who could forget the #1 smash hit, I'll Suck Milk Out of a Cow.
I'll suck milk out of a cow. I don't care. I just need milk.
Plus special guests, the Milk Divettes.
I walk into the studio and he goes, "Where's my milk?
Why are you going to Dwayne Reed for the milk?"
And for the first time in over a decade, you don't bring me milk anymore.
And then I'm noticing there is no milk around, so I'm like, I will pass out.
You sound like a madman.
I know I'm whining.
The Milk Diva, coming soon to the Opie and Anthony Show.
Opie wants milk. He only takes it from CVS or Rite Aid.
Who would go to Dwayne Reed for milk knowing how desperate I am right now? You get condoms and maybe some shampoo from Dwayne Reed. You don't get milk from Dwayne Reed.
I don't understand anything, so there you go. You know my problem? I watch too much news, man. That's my problem. That's why I'm so depressed all the time. I figured it out. I watch too much CNN, man. I don't know if you've ever sat around and watched CNN longer than, say, 20 hours in one day. I don't recommend that. Watch CNN headline news for 1 hour. It's the most depressing thing you'll ever fucking do. War, famine, death, AIDS, homeless, recession, depression. War, famine, death, AIDS, homeless. Then you look out your window. Where's all this shit happening? Ted Turner's making this shit up, man. Jane Fonda won't sleep with him. He runs to a typewriter. By 1992, we will all die of AIDS. Read that on the air. I don't get laid. No one gets laid. I'm writing, Jane Fonda. Will you fuck this guy so we can get some good news, please? I want to see a well-laid Ted Turner newscast. Hey, it's all going to work out. Here's sports.
This is the nicest part of the South. It's like the only part of the South you go, like when I go there, nobody goes, "Man, I wish you could take me back to New York with you." You go to like Mississippi, motherfuckers be hiding in your car and shit. Shit. Too nice here, too hot. This ain't no place to be in, like, shall I? Shit. Get the fuck out of here, man. It's hot every day, 90 degrees and shit. It's like hotter than 10 niggas in a Volkswagen.
XM 202. The Opie and Anthony Show.
This is the Opie and Anthony program.
Opie, some instant feedback coming in. Says, Anth, your mom was hot. Does it skip a generation? Apparently not, because my sister's hot too.
Yes, she is.
So it doesn't skip a generation, unless Ben, Frank, you meant me. I'm sorry, Ben, I'm not hot enough for you. Is that what he's implying? Is that if my mom's hot and it skips a generation, that Ben Frank from Jersey doesn't find me hot? Is that it? What guys do you find hot, Ben? Why don't you write back and tell us what guys get you off? I never understood that. Why a guy would write in and discuss if a guy is hot or not.
I think you're hot.
Thank you, Opie.
Jim?
I didn't until I saw that lump in the front of his trousers.
Well, that always... That's the opinion changer right there.
Especially since you cut all your hair off.
Oh.
When we first met...
Off my body.
When we first met, I got to admit, you were quite scary.
Of course.
You had this massive afro.
Well, it was part of my stage attire.
But I think you're... quite the looker now.
Oh, gee, thanks. Stop it. Shut up.
Dude, I don't look at
just making a point with this Ben guy.
I don't think dirty
I'm just
things
glad
about
we
you.
were able to bring it up on the show, though. I think you're a very good-looking guy.
Thank you.
Right. I think with Ant, like I
you
like
do
to rub
quite
his
well
shoulders.
with the women.
Do fine.
You still have the biggest effing afro.
Oh, it was ridiculous.
He drove a white minivan. I'm like, who the F am I working with?
White minivan?
I'm a minivan.
Work van.
A work van, I meant to say. The white work van, and he looked like a terrorist.
It's all I had. Stupid van. Work van. I wasn't even allowed to drive it off hours, but I did anyway because I didn't own a car. So I had to drive the work van around. Mm-hmm. To the bars, all drunk.
I like the hair being gone because he has a nice long neck.
Oh,
it kind of shows it off. Like I just want to rub his shoulders, and I'm not a fag or anything, but just kiss like right on the below the ear to the shoulder blade because he has a wonderful shoulder blade.
And I'll go as it dribbles out over the top of your hand.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
And rumor has it he has a huge hog.
Oh, I'll keep that rumor going.
Oh, I think we all have huge hogs in this room.
Well,
Eric?
Not next to Ben.
You got a huge one?
As long as you take Ben out of the room.
Yeah.
You know, graded on a curve, I think we'd all fall short.
Yeah, but we're not sure if he's got the huge shaft or just big ballies.
I looked at Ben's mule in the restroom. I didn't see much, to be honest with you. I caught it. Where did I catch a peek?
Wow, you did?
Yeah, I tried to.
I think he's all balls.
Little disappointed?
Yeah, I think he is.
His balls might be so big that it looks like one.
He's 80% bag. He has a hornet's nest.
There's a guy that sells stupid books in my neighborhood and smokes cigars all day. He has the biggest freaking ball.
I've seen him.
You know the guy I'm talking about?
You're like, look at his balls.
Oh, it's the talk. Trust me, you can say whatever you want on the instant feedback. This is the talk of the neighborhood. The guy sits and leans up against the wall and smokes cigars. He's one of these book guys. They're all over New York. These guys that sell these really old used books.
Yeah.
Not old meaning they're worth something. It's like a stupid Sidney Sheldon novel. Just, dumb books.
Sidney Sheldon.
Dumb books that are just really old, and I never see anyone buying books. But the guy sits up every day, smokes his cigar, leans up against the wall, and he has something going on in the front of his freaking pants that everyone in the hood points it out. Everyone. It's like the thing to do. Oh my God! Make sure he doesn't catch you staring. But you got to look at his package, and it looks like he's smuggling a bowling ball in the front of his pants. It's that big.
Why don't you kick it?
Just give it a whack.
Or lob a chocolate-covered strawberry at it.
Be an awfully big target. So, hey, Rick made Rolling Stone magazine, you were saying?
Apparently so.
Rick,
How about that?
Rick, our old producer that got fired from Hot 97 here in New York for the tsunami song Disaster, which just amazes us because, you know, we took a beating with the thing we did with the Sex with Sam thing, but as we move forward here, we're a little scared. We don't want to lose our jobs again. And Rick just went right at it.
Oops.
First opportunity he had, he went right for the jugular.
Yeah, he's in the February issue of Rolling Stone, the new one out with Green Day on the cover. And, page 25, I guess, in the news, DJ fired for tsunami parody. They say Hot 97, the top-rated hip-hop station in New York, has fired producer Rick Delgado for writing, producing, and airing the tsunami song. Wow, they totally threw him under the bus.
Of course they did.
Writing, producing, and airing. How's he airing it? He's the producer. You think Ben just comes running by here and throws something in the CD player and hits the button?
Yeah, no.
And starts it? A parody of the 1985 single We Are the World. The song included racial epithets and made light of the December 26th calamity in Asia. Morning show personality Todd Lynn was also fired, and host Miss Jones and 2 members of her staff were suspended for 2 weeks. MS Radio, the station's corporate parent, has pledged $1 million to give to Asia, a tsunami relief charity.
You know, you've been in touch with Rick, right?
Yeah, a couple of emails back and forth, phone call.
Yeah, I don't really talk to Rick anymore for whatever reason. I don't really know why, but I don't really care, to be honest with you. You know, I'm quite pissed off that it took him so long to give some of our stuff back after we got fired. That's the beef I had with him.
Gucci shoes.
I don't really have a problem with him. But you've been in contact with him, and it turns out that Miss Jones actually sung on the song. Like, everyone knows that she sang on the song, and she's claiming she didn't even sing on the song.
Yeah.
She's not going to bat for either one of those guys.
No. Just thrown under the bus. She's backpedaling. She was saying stuff like, the song, in some people's opinion, the song was funny, but not ours. Well, you're the host of the show. If you don't find it funny or entertaining or you found it offensive, you shouldn't have played it. Because she had final word on what gets played on her show. So that song gets played, it's her responsibility. She is the Capitan. But no, throw everyone under the bus. Don't go to bat for anyone.
We have audio of her the first day back?
Yep. Mentions nobody.
Huh?
She doesn't mention anybody.
She
just says sorry and then moves on.
Be a good girl. Don't do whatever they said in that, 5-hour-long meeting she had to sit in before they went on the air. Don't mention anybody. Don't mention the people we've had to fire. Apologize profoundly. Separate yourself from the song, the people that wrote it, produced it, aired it. Unbelievable.
What a phony. I hope Star and Buck Wild murder that shit station.
Well, it might actually happen literally.
Yeah.
I think they might murder everyone at the station, the way these hip-hop stations go at each other.
Another fraud in the business. She was all brave when she was playing the tsunami song. Now she's backpedaling to save her own ass, and that's why her show will fail, just like a lot of other shows in the past.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
When you base your whole show on being a fraud, and you get caught being a fraud like Cool Guy,
Cool Guy's a fraud? What?
Then people don't respect you.
What happened?
In the end.
I don't blame her.
Is this audio worth playing? Her comeback audio?
Not. It was just to have, not really.
What? Is there anything on there? A line?
She comes on there, she says she's sorry, thank you for the opportunity
I love
again,
apologies.
and that's it.
I love apologies.
Jones in the morning. You're going to offend someone.
Didn't we take a bet on that?
You're going to say something that someone will take offense to. Miss Jones in the morning.
Hot 97.
At 6:46. Good morning, everybody. Hi.
Good morning, Miss Jones.
Very subdued.
Notice it took until 6:46. Anyone else pick up on that?
Sure.
Wow.
Her show starts at 6, just like ours.
Get them listening.
Wow.
She talked once more after this little break here, and then she wasn't on the air for another hour.
What a gig. Jesus.
How do we get that gig?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we already got the best gig ever, getting paid for 2 years to do nothing.
And to me, apologizing is acceptable. All right, you screwed up, you got to apologize. But
That's
just the way She just doesn't care that Todd is gone and that Rick is gone, and the way she backpedaled like she had nothing to do with it just makes me want to retch.
I hate the never acknowledge the people that got thrown under the bus thing. You know, the people that were fired, other people. When we got the boot from AAF up there, I think Ozone was the only one that mentioned our names.
Yeah.
You know, everyone else just listen to Dave and shut up about them, don't mention them, and John got in trouble for that.
Yeah.
For mentioning our
Because he
names.
knew it wasn't right.
No.
He knew
In
it
this
wasn't
situation, this hog should have said something.
Woo!
Yeah.
Turn the music down, please. I need a moment.
Serious.
First, I just want to say I'm very, very happy to be back, and I'm grateful for the chance to be back. And I want to once again apologize from the bottom of my heart for offending y'all.
Y'all.
And especially the families and the friends of the victims of the tsunami.
Still listening.
We are so sorry.
We got Hot 97 in Asia.
Yeah.
Although I didn't write the tsunami, I didn't sing on it. Some people thought that was me singing. It wasn't. It was in very, very poor taste. And we all showed bad judgment in airing it.
Oh, well, at least you got
It was
there.
a bad thing to do. And we hope you can forgive us.
You're a phony! Hey, this guy's a great big phony! Hey, you're a great big phony, you know that? That's right, you're a big fat phony!
Now we used it, Eric. Yep. I wish we used it for Cool Guy, but we still got to play it.
Well, I apologize.
7 o'clock. Happy weekend, everybody. Welcome to it. Yeah. Pretty big day for us, too. Once again, thank you for the chance to be back here. I know it's Valentine's Day weekend, so I've kind of prepared for the event. We've got Dr. Jeff, our love specialist. Actually, he's our life specialist. He helps us in crises. Is that even a word?
I think it's crises.
Crisis. He helps us when things are bad.
Yeah, word up.
Word up. He's going to be coming in this morning bright and early.
Hey, we got a lot of people calling, like just welcoming you back, and people want to talk to you.
Oh, good. All right.
You want to do that now?
Yeah. Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm glad to hear you that you're back on the air. I was dying every day that you wasn't here. But definitely have a good day today. And just keep doing your thing, girl. Don't let them get you down.
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Hot 97, you on with Miss Jones.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm one of your faithful listeners from New Jersey, and I am telling you from the bottom of my heart, when they took you off the air, it hurt me. And it's an honor and a privilege and a pleasure to have you back on the air. I swear to Almighty.
Oh, my God. Look, we've been in radio a long time. They set up a whole string of phone calls to kiss her ass to make her feel good.
That's how it works. Whoa.
That's what we need, a groveling West Indian listener.
Was that from her handful of nitwit listeners?
Didn't know she was married with a tsunami song at home.
That's all this is. They decided, all right, we'll string a bunch of calls together, welcoming you back, kissing your ass, telling you how sad they were that you were gone.
I just want to say welcome back. I was going crazy with you off the air, and I just want to say swim, you bitches, swim. You know, when you was off there, I felt like I had a tree right through my head. I couldn't hear you, and it hurt me. It hurt me. I felt as bad as I would if my children were sold into child slavery.
So,
Drop my little wacky horn on the floor.
Thank you, Jimmy. Oh, he picked it up and gave it a little toot.
And I didn't even do it right. It sounded all old and broken when I squeezed it. What a no talent.
Leave the tooting to Anthony.
Did you hear me though? It just was like, I just couldn't do it.
You just talk about whores. Let Anthony toot.
But I wanted to toot once.
God.
Thank you so much.
For all of those who want to put you down, Miss Jones, the song you just played, that's exactly what you're doing, getting right back up. And I love you forever. Just keep on doing what you're doing. We all make mistakes in life.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Hot 97.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Hot 97.
Hi, this is Shirley.
Hi.
I just wanted to say that I really,
really miss the morning show. Like, so much. All I drive for an hour every morning, and when this show was gone, I felt so lost and abandoned.
Oh, thank you. I feel lost and abandoned, too, actually.
I did. My brother's laughing at me.
No.
I picked up my little bullhorn and knocked over the stupid wacky horn again.
How do you squeeze that thing to make it sound? I can't even do it right. Oh, okay. There really is a
You
little
really are a zilch.
Dude, there really is
a little method to it.
I was just squeezing it. No air's coming out.
That's Jimmy trying to do
What do I know? I'm not a horn tooter. I'm a rocker.
You're a horn tooter like your father. Oh.
Yeah, Miss Jones, welcome back. It's great to have you back. If I could, I got to describe the way it felt when you was away. It's almost like when the water at the beach goes out and then it's completely gone and you don't know where it went. And then all of a sudden it's back and it bowls you over and sweeps you and your family away and you're clinging to a tree for life. Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Oh, don't laugh.
Sorry, Alan.
Thank you for missing us.
I miss Miss Jones. I miss Envy. I miss Info. I miss Thailand. I miss everybody. I'm so glad you're back.
Thank you so much.
I missed you. I'm so happy you're back. Thank you for coming back. I love you guys.
Thank you for having us, and we love you back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Call, holla at Miss Jones.
I feel like a red hot.
Do you hear that? The girl called in and said, I miss Todd Lynn. And Miss Jones doesn't acknowledge it.
No.
Oh, thank you so much. I miss him too. It sucks that he's gone. No honesty whatsoever.
Nothing.
That's why she'll fail. She's having her moment in the sun, but trust me, give it 6 months.
I swear, Star and Buck Wild just trounce that station. Trounce it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Call, holla at Miss Jones.
I feel like a red hot comet landed on the show.
Yeah.
And just blew it to pieces.
People really are.
And it was hard work getting the right players here. But, I guess we just got to dig back in.
Dig back in. That's really good. Really informative.
That's pretty much what she acknowledged.
That's all she had to say.
Yep. Took us a while to get players.
Biggest radio story of the year, and that's all she has.
Yep.
Which proves she'll be gone in 6 months. Gone.
It's a business filled with cowards. Filled with cowards.
Gone.
Man.
Done.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Aunt. We should take a break here. Have we done anything today?
Yeah. We're chatting.
Eric, have we done anything today?
Not really.
Not really.
We're chatting.
Is this what we do, I guess? What? What happened?
There was a radio duo suspended in London. Maybe we could talk about that when we get back.
Oh.
A little tease. See, I'm learning.
Yeah, but we don't need a tease on satellite radio.
Shock jocks in England?
They either listen or they don't, and if they had the MiFi, they're pretty much saying, F you and the teasing. I'm just going to listen to whatever part I want from the show.
When I want.
The way Elo breaks it down with people and listeners, that guy is just amazing the way he can spin numbers.
Oh, yes.
Elo's a babbling idiot.
No, he's not. According to him, within 6 months, we will have 40 million people listening to us 24 hours a day. I don't know how he spun those numbers, but he's really good. I mean, I know, you look at his haircut, you'd go, he's retarded. But he's not.
But he has a beautiful mind.
He really does.
He's insane is what he is.
He is.
He's like... He has this glass office, and he does meetings where he writes on the glass.
Yep. Yes, he does.
Like beautiful mind.
Right.
It's all sorts of equations and stuff.
It's great stuff. I could care less what he does or thinks about this whole satellite radio thing. Doesn't concern me. I come here and do the show, but I'll tell you one thing. Hanging out with that guy is a pisser. Look at that. That guy knows how to party.
He certainly does.
When you're hanging out at a blackjack table or just, sitting at a bar or
with his
restaurant.
pants too high and his shirt tucked in extra tight.
The guy's fun.
Wearing a
that
shirt
guy is fun.
Wearing a shirt from like 1985 with the worst baseball cap I've ever seen. Or the Disney logo or something. It was just awful.
Jotting awful charts on the window. What? 1 with a little half parentheses next to it. 1.1. What? Watch Life Goes On, model hairdo after star. What's he talking about?
I have no idea.
Sociopath.
He really is.
I've never had anything but a good time hanging out with Elo.
I can't wait to sneak permanent marker into that dumb office of his so the next time he writes on the window, he's stuck looking at it for his entire tenure at XM.
Does some poor cleaning lady have to come in and Windex that?
Guarantee.
Yeah.
Guarantee, yeah. Some Ecuadorian has to stand on a little phone book.
Every day it's like, oh.
And she doesn't read a word of English, but she intuitively knows that it's pointless horseshit.
Derek, that was our out. Hit it, man.
From O&A Pictures comes a true story of one man's pain.
It does hurt.
And a family torn apart.
And it makes you feel really funny right after it happens.
The War of the Kumias.
I had the yelling parents, too, growing up until they got divorced, and it was just, And then you'd see, like, the old man and take the plate full of spaghetti and throw it, and it would hit, like, the wall next to the phone. And you're sitting there horrified watching the spaghetti slowly go down the wall. Oh, and the horrified kids.
Did Dad actually leave after the fights?
Yeah, a lot of times, sure. And then, you'd be able to go to sleep because the yelling would stop. First, Mom would have to wind down a little. Even after Dad left, she's still going.
Eat that shit like I need a fucking hole in the
I'm
head.
trying to sleep. He's gone.
Son of a bitch.
Shut up.
Come in here.
Shut up.
No way. Is that...
Oh, God, he's been gone a half hour.
When would he come back? The next day?
Yeah, like the next day. They'd be sitting down watching, like, Ronan Martin's laughing. Everything was fine. And then out of nowhere, you'd hear the rumbling. You'd be in bed, and you'd hear, like... and then you hear from the kids' room. Can't you two just shut the fuck up for, like, one night? And then we were pretty young, so, we got, called into the room, and Mom sits down and goes... Me and your father, I want you to know, and I want you to know it has nothing to do with you. We're divorced. Oh, okay. Could I go out and play now? How's this going to change my life? Does this mean I don't have to listen to... Oh, it does? Okay. So it's a good thing. Great. Well, thank you for staying together for so long and really, like, torturing us. You couldn't have pulled this one, like, 5 years ago?
That fucking asshole.
When maybe we couldn't remember as much and didn't have to listen to the yelling and screaming?
No way. Is that...
Here's an idea, Pop. There you go. Right back into the Huntington boat ramp. Give that a whirl.
The War of the Kumias.
You gotta figure you're gonna just sit there disgusted having to listen to this crap.
It's the XM Radio Ski and Snowboard Report. I'm John Lewis. Explore, experience, and discover the Canyons, Utah's largest single ski and snowboard resort. With 3,500 skiable acres, 8 mountains, and 146 trails, visit thecanyons.com to find out more. More snow expected today in the Rockies, just topping off what they saw yesterday. A couple inches at Breckenridge, Colorado. Jackson Hole, Wyoming got hit with almost a foot yesterday. Lovely ladies looking for a little snowboarding assistance. We got the women's snowboarding camp kicking off Thursday at Jackson Hole. In Utah, the Canyons expecting more snow today, probably half a foot. Sun Valley, Idaho, and Timberline, Oregon both saw a little freshening up yesterday. Mammoth, California, 11,000 feet, 23 lifts cranking there. On the East Coast, comfortable temperatures outside with deep bases at Jiminy Peak, Massachusetts. Whiteface, New York, and the Adirondacks got their gondola taking up to over 60 trails. Everything open at Seven Springs, PA, and at Snowshoe Mountain, West Virginia. I'm John Lewis with the XM Radio Ski and...
Hey, now is the perfect time to get the entire family listening with XM Family Plan. Add up to 4 additional XM radios to your account for only $6.99 a month per radio. Even if you already have more than one radio, convert to Family Plan today and start saving. That's familyplan.xmradio.com to learn more.
Opie and Anthony on High Voltage XM 202.
XM News, talk, and information.
It's everything, all the time.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony.
202.
Seth Green is coming in today? That's pretty cool.
Not bad.
Seth Green from Austin Powers, Anthony.
Yes.
Family Guy, Buffy.
Of course, Family Guy. Who cares about Austin Powers? He's the voice of Chris on Family Guy.
Austin Powers?
Dude, he's the voice of Chris on Family Guy.
Yeah, but Austin Powers, it's great stuff.
And I think Chris is my favorite character.
Oh.
I went with the obvious at first, Peter Griffin or Stewie, but the more you get into Family Guy, Chris it's hilarious how stupid he is.
I've never seen Family Guy.
Family Guy is brilliant.
I heard
What
it's
is
great.
wrong with you?
Nothing.
And it's finally coming back.
Very funny.
Family Guy, I can't get enough of Family Guy. Like it way more than Simpsons. Yeah.
You don't know him as Oz on Buffy the Vampire Slayer?
Screw all that. He's Chris on Family Guy, man. Can he just do the whole interview as Chris?
Yeah, that'll happen.
No, I think he's promoting another...
If you do the whole interview as Spuds Buckley, I'm sure he'd do it as...
I'm really...
I think he's promoting another cartoon or something, right?
It's a television show that he has coming out that's basically it's animated action figures. It's called Robot Chicken, and it'll be on...
Wait, there he is.
Oh, yeah.
I guess he's coming in next.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, then he can tell you all about it.
Yeah,
Kev says that with the same enthusiasm he had for the Gates.
I'm very happy to be
when he
the Gates. Everyone's making fun of him now.
Everyone.
The Newsday, there's graffiti on him. Look, the graffiti on the front page of New York City Newsday. It just says art with a question mark.
Cool.
Wow. And then there was a cartoon in one of the newspapers that said, "Yeah, this is great art. And I like your new clothes, too, Emperor." And it showed, like, I guess it was supposed to be Christo with no clothes on.
Yeah, let's get him in, man.
Bring him in, then.
I didn't know Seth Green was coming in today. I just found out. You could raise the mic a little higher than that. Jesus. Hey, what's up, Seth?
Our first real Hollywood star.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, let's make the medium legitimate. What do you say?
Please help us out there on that one.
Yeah, help us make satellite radio huge. Actually, it's becoming huge.
I actually just got given one of these systems for my birthday.
Really?
You did?
Yeah.
Which one did they give you? The MiFi?
You know what? It was a whole travel thing. It's got a...
MiFi.
Is that what it is?
The
it's
portable
a
thing?
Stereo, but you can also put it in your car and whatnot.
Yeah. That's probably the MiFi.
So who's who?
Oh, that would be
Opie.
How you doing, man?
Like, that's Anthony. Italian guy, right?
And Jimmy Norton.
Hi.
What's happening?
Boy.
Comic extraordinaire.
Woo.
You may have seen him on Last Comic Standing or Tough Crowd with Colin Quinn.
Or I watched like 2 episodes of Last Comic Standing. A friend of mine was really into it, and it was this weird episode where people had been excluded or they'd been eliminated and then brought back. So
yeah, they always pull that gag on the reality shows where they got to bring back the people.
Yeah, we liked the Last Comic Standing for the most part.
I liked the first one. The second one,
Yeah, and then Norton's been on the Tonight Show.
And they got greedy and tried to make a 3rd season right after. They tried to rush the first 2 houses, and just nobody gave a shit. So that was the end of that franchise.
Hey, I got why did you leave Buffy?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, because
for real.
I swear, because that seemed like one of those shows that you should just stay on.
He was expecting the Austin Powers.
Well, no. It's just I've talked about it before. But
okay.
What it came down to is when we were doing the show, it was a very unpaid show.
Really?
Because it was the WB, so the average person on the show for an hour long was getting the equivalent to a first-time actor's half-hour fee.
Get out of here.
Yeah,
really.
and I'd already done some stuff, and I was getting offered opportunities to do movies that were a little more like dramatically challenging. And I'd been on the show for a season, and what Joss Whedon and I had talked about happening kind of wasn't happening. Just it was time. My character was so much of a peripheral character, and they wanted to tie me into a regular contract, but it just didn't make sense for the character to be there every show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they would try to write me in, and I'd literally spend 5 days a week, 12 to 17 hours a day, waiting in a scene to say, I think Buffy's right. And I just got to a place where I talked to the creator. I'm like, I don't think this is what we talked about it being. And their hands were kind of tied as far as what they could give me to do, and it just didn't make sense thematically. But to take me out and have me be recurring instead of be a regular would have caused more conflict than to just kind of cut me from the cast.
Yeah.
So that was what we came up with. And I went off and did that movie Knockaround Guys, and then wound up coming back and doing 2 episodes. And it was never a hard feelings thing. It was just kind of making a decision as far as what made the most sense for me.
Yeah.
I couldn't even make dental appointments because I was so occupied and not doing anything all that creatively satisfying. Do you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But that said, it was an amazing show that I had a great time with.
It's one of those
I
shows,
felt like it did a ton for me, and I got to play a part that I never would have gotten to play.
It's one of those shows where, like, my girlfriend, of course, huge fan of you and the show and everything, and it's one of those that
I like
guys,
that you say "of course," by the way.
like guys,
he doesn't want
like that's
guys,
the norm.
He doesn't want to admit that he likes the show.
Guys get roped into shows like that. You got to admit it. At first, girls usually would watch the show, and then because you're there with your chick, guys watch and go, oh, okay, Buffy, right. And then you start watching it, and you're like, who's that guy, and what does he do? It's like how I got roped into goddamn soap operas, you know? And then...
well, at least Buffy had cool fight scenes.
Yeah, definitely.
They're not fighting on soap
stuff.
operas.
It's pretty cool. And then I also she got some of the box sets, and the commentary is really, really funny.
Oh, is it?
I listened to a few, watched a few that you were doing commentary on. Very funny.
Oh, thanks. I did one, but I got to do it with Joss Whedon and Martin Oxen, who were both
that's the one I heard.
Creators on the show, and they were at a place. It was like 6th season, and
yeah, it was
I'd already been
removed.
gone for 2 seasons, and they were really they were not quite bitter, but definitely reflective on how it had been versus what it had become.
It was commentary that wasn't very serious on it.
Yeah.
You guys were goofing on some of the aspects
we
of
hadn't
the show.
seen each other in over a year, and it was just really great to kind of hang out with those guys again, so we just goofed off.
I think they should do commentary like after a little bit of time goes by like that, because then you get more of a perspective on what's going on. You're not so serious. You know, you were kind of goofing on some of the storyline, the effects, what you guys were going through at the time, so it was kind of cool.
Either that or you get the Goonies commentary. I don't know if you guys have seen that 15 years later. Kind of a free-for-all.
Yeah. Really? Yeah. There's commentary on that?
It's great, though. It's great. And even better is the Lost Boys commentary.
Yeah.
They went back and did a special edition DVD, and it's got all this commentary from people, 10, 15 years later.
It's how do you remember? It's like, I have no recollection about this scene or any other scene after it. Thank you.
It just gives it an objectivity you wouldn't have expected.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I've never seen Buffy.
You haven't?
You're obsessed with Buffy, I think.
No, I'm not obsessed. I was
excited you were coming in because not because of Austin Powers, because you're Chris on Family Guy, man.
That's true, yeah.
Which, by the way, I was just saying is my favorite character on Family Guy.
Oh, thanks.
And a lot of people go with Peter or Stewie.
Yeah.
That's the obvious choices. But the more you get into watching Family Guy, and I got the box sets and stuff, Chris is by far the best character.
Oh,
because he's so stupid.
I have almost nothing to do with that. They just keep writing me really funny stuff.
Yeah, but the voices, I mean, it's killer.
Thanks,
you do a great job.
Do you even have to go anywhere to do that, or do you just do it from home? Or?
Well, no. The best thing about it is that I can come in and do 4 or 5 shows at a time. I just do my cues and then I leave, and I love the show, so I get to be a fan. I never read the scripts. I just get to come in and do my cues.
So you do your lines and have no idea how it's going to be worked into the actual episode.
Well, Seth MacFarlane will be in the other side of the booth, and I'll be like, "What's going on here? This and this? Okay, cool. Hey, Dad!" And it's like... And then I just get to watch the show, so...
It's a surprise to everybody.
And how long does it take you to do it? It
really
only
depends.
A few hours here and there?
I've had 4 and 5 hour sessions where and you don't think that's hard, but you do I did 10 shows and 3 pickups at one point.
Ant and I can relate. Every once in a while we have to go in a studio and do a live read for a sponsor.
60 seconds.
Sometimes it takes us 5 to 10 minutes just to do one 60-second read.
Wow, it's my job, so I do have a good time in it, though.
It's a ridiculous job.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, because I guess when you're watching a cartoon or something, you think everyone's in the same room, and it's like, all right, you go, then you go.
We tried that originally when we first started the show. We were all in the same booth, but we would have these 8-hour sessions for a half-hour show, and it just wasn't productive. And then everybody's schedule was so different, it got difficult to coordinate, and they've been amazingly cool about me letting me do other stuff and still coming in and doing the show.
What's the word on the show about the censorship?
I don't know. It's an odd thing. I'm sure. Well, actually, you guys are on XM, so you probably don't have the same FCC.
No, but we could say we're a little familiar with FCC violations.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Oops. We could say the F word. We could say like fart and stuff.
Right.
Oh, stop it!
But it's gotten even more. It's gotten even more dramatic than that, where it's kind of a preemptive strike. They're fuzzing out the cartoon ass crack.
Cartoon ass.
But in a rerun too.
Yeah.
Something that already aired and wasn't complained about. But because there's so much attention on the show now, because it's kind of a miracle baby.
It was
they're
gone
really
for
paying
a while.
attention. We got canceled twice.
Yeah, why did it get canceled? Because it never found its place, right? Ratings wise, because they threw it around
had
here
ratings,
and there.
but it wasn't a moneymaker, and that's really what it comes down to. You got to take into consideration that all these networks are essentially corporations that have, assurances to make to their advertisers, and they got to hit certain quotas. And until the show got put back on Cartoon Network in reruns and started beating Leno and Letterman in late night programming, which is just a testament to Adult Swim's ability to reach people.
Yeah.
But it all of a sudden proved to be a moneymaker, and Fox was like, well, maybe we should put this out on DVD because the DVD market was booming. It sold 1 million units.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, it's this thing that people are paying attention to, and Fox is like, oh, maybe we can make money off of this, and admit that we were wrong and it was the wrong time, and have that oh crap insurance.
Mm-hmm. And now it's coming back because of all that.
Yep. Fourth and fifth season.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which is awesome. I love doing it. I can't believe I have that job.
Can you do a little Chris? I hate to put you on the spot, but
you guys are really a lot less attractive in person than I was expecting.
I love that.
And what are you working on now?
Is there a movie too? A Family Guy movie?
I don't know. I had heard that there was a directed DVD. I don't know exactly what the details are about it. They're very vague.
Because you talk about censorship, you do like a Family Guy movie, then you get to do a lot more stuff.
You never know. I remember talking to Trey Parker, Matt Stone right after they did the South Park movie, and one of the things that they said was they just don't have the same restrictions on Comedy Central as they do trying to make a feature. It's a whole different contingent of people that you have to cater to. So,
Jesus.
Not to bring y'all down.
Big Kev knew what your latest project is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was trying to explain it, but
it's tricky to explain. I'm having to go out and do all this press, and I can't wait for people to just know about it. But what we're doing is a stop motion animation show, which is like the Nightmare Before Christmas style of animation, or that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It's that style of animation, but we're using all toys and classic characters and things that look like toys, and we're basically doing a sketch comedy show. It's a 15-minute send-up of pop culture and current events and weird things and stuff that we think is funny, and it's all acted out with toys and stuff that looks like toys.
Wow.
But it's real short form, so we have sketches that are as short as 2 seconds and as long as 4 minutes, but it's so fast that even if you don't like something, it's over before you have the opportunity to hate it.
That's the key these days.
Yeah, something they didn't realize on SNL.
Well, I grew up loving those shows, watching SNL, and Mad TV has really stood out as a great sketch show, and I did a bunch of stuff with the Groundlings, and I love that format and being able to do something this silly, this fast. It's really been a great time. I can't believe we get to make this show.
Does animation just take forever, though?
It does, but we've got an alarmingly reduced schedule. We've got people. The average, time for an animator is like 10 seconds a day, and we've got people turning in like 40 and 60.
Wow.
It's crazy. We have a 5-day schedule, which is unheard of. I was talking to this director who's shooting a stop-motion movie right now, and he's like, yeah, we got another 6 weeks. We got 7 minutes left. I'm like, 7 minutes? I have that banged out for you by Wednesday.
I got things to do.
I know.
The phones have exploded. Let's say hi to Tim in Jersey. Tim, what's going on?
Hey, morning, guys.
Morning. We got Seth Green in studio.
What up, Tim?
Hey, how we doing there, Sweet Cheeks Jimmy?
Hi, how are you, sir? Thanks for calling.
No problem. Hey, Seth, great to hear you on the radio. I've been watching your stuff ever since the Buffy days. I want to ask all the old painful questions.
Okay.
Just want to ask two things. One, did you get any ideas from that Action Team Now that used to be on Kablam?
Oh, Action League Now, yeah. One of the things that you take a look at what they could legally get away with, but that show was a weird combination of stop motion and just like throwing toys around. I definitely watched it, but I think we're not doing that much of a linear story. It's just like the quick sketches and almost no recurring characters.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
And second, in Hollywood, you find having a hard time finding roles being I'm a short guy too, so I mean, being a shorter stature actor.
Well, I think
is
it's
a lot more difficult or limiting.
It's a hindrance in that I don't really see myself going out for the basketball roles, but most people the best thing about acting is it's not what you look like as much as what you can look like, and it's real easy to fool around with that kind of stuff. Everybody always comes up to me and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I thought you'd be taller," just because you don't have that perspective from, watching a movie.
Yeah, a lot of actors in Hollywood are short though.
Pacino's like 5'5" or 5'6", suppose. He's not a big guy. You'd watch him, you'd think he was.
Tom Cruise,
5'11".
he's. I've heard 5'6" or so.
Yeah, I think he's like 5'8", but I don't know. 5'8"? I don't know. I haven't had too much of a problem. The best thing is the parts I like to do. It hasn't been an issue.
There you go. All right, let's go to Pete. Hey,
Thanks,
Pete.
man.
Pete.
Hey, guys.
Go ahead. We got Seth Green.
Yeah, what was the name of that movie, man, where you played Wiley?
Oh, Airborne.
That movie was fucking hysterical, dude.
Thanks, man.
I was talking to one of my friends. I was like, did you see that movie with Wiley? He was like, the one where he wore a Superman shirt and went down the street on rollerblades? He was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah, that was a really silly movie. But I had just turned 18, and me and the entire team rollerbladed without parents in Ohio in a hotel for 3 months.
Yeah.
It was great.
All right, let's say hi to Sean in Philly, your hometown. You're from Philly, right?
I am. I actually know somebody named Sean.
Sean.
Hey, how you doing?
Do you know Seth?
Different Sean.
Yeah, no, not personally. Just some fan of his work.
Oh, thanks, man.
And I just want to say, man, I loved you and Greg the Bunny.
Oh, thanks. Hey, we just did
show.
a bunch of we just did a special for the Independent Film Channel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, which is more kind of what the show was supposed to be,
All right, cool.
Yeah.
And that was it, really. But thanks a lot.
Oh, thanks, man. Okay.
Bye.
Italian Job 2? Is that what I'm hearing?
I've been hearing the same thing, but there's nothing real about it yet.
If it's on Internet Movie Database, it's got to be true.
Well, there's like a script written that went to Gary Gray, and I haven't seen it, and there's no official offers yet. So that's the kind of thing that could literally happen overnight or not happen for the next 6 months. So.
Did you see Mini-Me on The Surreal Life?
I did watch a little bit of it. And, I really like Vern, and we get on really well. That's a guy who he's got to contend with people approaching him in a way that's not necessarily normal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's tricky enough, I think, being famous in any respect, but when you throw in the fact that everybody's got a very specific opinion of you or a lot of questions that might not be all that interesting, I think he just hears the worst stuff, and he just looked like he was having a real bad night.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the clip is just being played everywhere of him drunk.
I know. It's brutal, too, because he's such a great guy. So, I don't know. Everybody does crazy things. I'm sure they wish they weren't filmed doing.
I love that Surreal Life, though. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it really is.
Did you guys see the original one when Corey Feldman and Gabrielle Carteris and MC Hammer and Emmanuel Lewis?
I saw a few of those episodes.
That was the best.
Yeah.
That was the best.
Good cast.
It was great.
I liked seeing you being filmed in that episode of Punk'd. That was a good one.
When that's silly.
Which one was that again?
He was at a gambling party.
Oh, that was great. I forgot that was you. Yeah.
And they set him up and had a bunch of guys.
There's an amazing 45 minutes of that wasn't aired.
Really?
Yeah, but
the look when that cop came jumping through the window. The look on your face.
But it was so much more. Because they had told me. Well, the guy takes me aside and says, "Hey, I want to let you know that this party's going to be rated about 30 to 45 minutes." And I had been invited there by a friend, and they insisted that I come, and I wasn't going to play. I was just sitting and having a drink, and Ashton, corrals me over to the table, and he tells me he's going to stake me, and next thing I know, we're losing $1,500, and I'm like, what's going on? I'm going to take a break. And the second I do, this guy brings me outside and is like, do you know whose party this is? I'm a cop. It's been under surveillance. And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about, and you're making me really uncomfortable. You know what I mean? And then he brings me back inside, and I'm thinking, okay, I've got about a half hour to get everybody out of here. And literally, as I'm trying to get my money off the table, a guy somersaults through the plate glass window.
Came flying through the window.
And the look on my face is quite literally, are you serious? Who's going to pay for that window?
It was great. It's all in the editing, though. No?
Yeah. I think I made out fine. I see some of the people on that show, and I think I came
Were you
off.
buying it right to the end? This?
You just don't imagine for any length of time that somebody would stage something that elaborate on your behalf.
Yeah.
And it all happened really, really quickly, and I had the second I got there, somebody handed me a tall tequila and orange juice.
Oh, there you go.
And then Ashton, when he tried to get me to the table, brought me over a double vodka cranberry, which I had finished by the time we got to the table. So when this guy brings me outside, I'm like, this is all very intense. What you give? I don't know exactly how to take what you're giving me, but I'm awfully confused.
Was that in a hotel room?
It was in, and it was all these things that I should have noticed. It was in a hotel that I'd been in before. All of a sudden there were mirrors everywhere, and I was like, oh, they remodeled. You just don't, and I'd seen like a truck with a satellite on it out front, but I had just filmed in there, in that same hotel like a month before, so I just figured somebody's filming there.
Yeah.
When all the cops came in, none of them had guns. I said, oh, they think this is going to be a peaceful takedown. You know what I mean? It's the things that you think about in that moment are never, this is fake, and somebody staged it for me.
Yeah.
You don't make that connection.
All right, let's, God, the phones have exploded. Jig in New York wants to say hi. Seth Green in studio. Jig, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Seth? I'm a big fan of you, Buffy, everything
thanks,
you do,
Jig.
man.
Thank you.
I just want to say, you're the one who should probably know this. Everybody's been wondering, is the Allison tape on the internet real?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Is there a theoretical Allison Hannigan tape?
Yeah,
it's
fake.
I would doubt it. I would really doubt it. She and her husband are so private. Do you know what I mean? I would really doubt that they do anything like that.
It was actually, what I read, it said it was done on the set or during the time that the American Pie was being filmed.
Oh.
Yeah. And it showed, it's a girl that kind of looks like her at certain angles, but it's just not her, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pointing it out yesterday. I'm like, no, if you notice,
you're an expert on Allison.
Allison has a very distinct widow's peak that kind of goes to one side a little bit, and this girl doesn't. And, like, I know, Mr.
Sorry to break your hearts, guys.
Yeah, well, no, this pervert over here was looking like, where? Show me. He's got something, too. How many of these have you seen? Kev, show me what you have. How many of these have you
Yeah, he's our
comic book action figure.
He's our resident
guy.
geek.
That's
Big Kev.
But this was probably one of the more exciting moments for me because I grew up liking toys and action figures.
Sure.
We're looking at an Austin Powers figure.
Yeah.
It's just neat. I love that they made this. I didn't think the likeness was that great, but it was the first time anything like this had ever happened. I thought it was so cool.
Do you have to model for it and stuff?
No, they had a bunch of pictures in it. You know, it's the McFarlane Company. They're really good at making sculpts. Everything on it is super cool.
Yeah, I'm sure he wants you to sign that so he could profit from your success.
Okay.
Well,
Jesus.
The big question coming in is
toys are something. Never mind.
Is there going to be another Austin Powers movie? A lot of people are asking that.
You know, there's just no legitimate talk of it right now.
It seemed like the last one was going to be the last one, but then it did so well that
it's one of those things I think where everybody has a real good time doing it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot of fun to make, and if it's successful, then it's kind of hard to deny, but you don't want to get to a point where you're wringing a wet dish towel dry.
Right.
Do you know?
And I don't think Mike Myers has to dip back in that well. He's doing kind of okay.
He's real good about not doing something that he doesn't believe in. That was that whole lawsuit with him and Imagine, was that he got kind of tied into making a movie that just wasn't going to be
Oh, that was the movie for
Sprocket.
Yeah, Sprocket.
Yeah, but he just got to a place where he's like, I don't think this is going to be a good movie, and I don't want us to make this.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just imagine that if they have an idea that we'll make another one, and if they don't, we won't.
My friend's a big Austin Powers fan, and he's like, do you think they're going to make more? And I'm like, nah.
Yeah, I think everybody's the same way. You know, if they had a great script and they asked me, I'm sure I'd do it, but
yeah.
That's always been the consideration. I think we lucked out twice in a row, which is pretty amazing.
Jack from whackbag.com, one of our message boards, he writes, you have to ask Seth about the scene in his new show, Robot Chicken, where Jesus is dressed like the bride from Kill Bill and is lopping off heads of Hasidic Jews.
Now,
It's
hang
great.
on just a second. I mean, first of all, I'm looking for the Cartoon Network publicist because there's been such an uproar about this. But what we do is, you know, kind of an homage recreation of the Kill Bill trailer starring Jesus. And the whole thing is meant to be a joke, and it's some of the best animation that you'll ever see. But people are really getting serious about it and raising like a theological debate over the accusations of who murdered Jesus.
Gotta
and
piss you off.
We just have no theological affiliation.
Yeah.
It's just meant to be funny. Our whole show is just
a
real silly send-up
things.
of what we think are kind of clever juxtapositions. We really hope that people get the joke and don't take it so seriously. We're in no way trying to alienate any religious sect or say that this is the way history went or you should pray to this deity. It's nothing like that. We're making a 15-minute silly show about toys. I mean, it's just hard to
Wouldn't it be great if people just understood that certain things are just a joke and just for fun and not...
But you guys know this just as well from being on radio. You'll say something that you truly believe means one thing, and because you have a specific opinion and an objective view of the world, it's impossible to fathom that someone else would feel differently. But one thing that I know that I learned from this election is other people with completely different opinions feel exactly the same way. They're just as adamant about what they believe and why it's correct, and they're just as confused that you disagree. So I try not to be outraged, but I do try and put things in perspective and say, hey man, this is just meant to be really silly. I mean, we've got him fighting Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, and Daryl Hannah. So
that's funny.
It's so not connected to reality in any way, shape, or form. And the Crazy 88 rabbis was just funnier than the Crazy 88 Romans. So just was.
Yeah, Chris Rock.
People do get that you're kidding, by the way. They do understand it, but it's just like an excuse to springboard to hear themselves talk. It's like when you want to break up with a girl, anything she does, you're going to find a reason to use that against her. And that's what it is. They know you're kidding. They know it's a joke. They're just using it to talk.
Chris Rock is going through the same,
Oh, with the Oscars,
the Oscar thing.
Chris Rock
it hit the
apparently
papers again today.
A lot of these insiders, they say, at the Academy are pissed off at Chris Rock. They're quoting his stand-up act and acting like this is what he's saying to strangers on the street, talking about gays, talking about race and stuff, and the fact that only gay people watch the Oscars is what he said. So, I mean, and they're treating him like he's on CNN standing at
and that he's serious about what he's saying.
Yeah, it's his
stand-up that's reserved for Janine Garofalo.
Exactly.
She's terrific. A guy like Chris Rock is only equivalent to like Lenny Bruce. This is a guy who says exactly what he means. He says a lot of things that people are thinking. He has a very astute commentary to make on extremely complex social situations, and people are always going to be bent out of shape by that. It's why Eminem is such a firebrand. It's because he's one of these guys that has a really compelling way of explaining complicated ideas to the masses. So people hear what he says, and that kind of enlightenment is frightening to people who disagree.
Chris Rock, though, doesn't go around all day acting like he does on stage.
No.
And I think to hold him accountable for what he does on stage, why not then hold accountable the people in the Academy that had made movies that star people that are playing racists or pedophiles? Why not treat them as racists and pedophiles if you're going to treat Chris Rock like he's a crazy person spouting stuff off in the street like that?
That's a really logical and kind of
a little too, I guess.
thought out perspective.
Silly me.
Most people are very reactionary.
Yeah, knee jerk all the time.
Yeah,
we see it here. I mean, we discuss things, and it's us discussing it and us bringing up our own opinions. But there is a bit of we do go over the top a bit on this show. But people tend to treat us like this is what we're like 24 hours a day.
But since people don't know you off the air, it's difficult for them to imagine you'd be anything different. But again, I get the same thing. If somebody sees me in a particular part, they start to associate that with me.
Full moon, they want to lock you in a cage or something.
Yeah, or they see you on an interview saying something, and it gets kind of held onto because that's all people have to connect with.
Very cool. Psychopath.
So when you watch Chris Rock, though, you expect that. I mean, that's what the guy does. I got a buddy of mine's a huge Chris Rock fan, and he's like, well, that's just what he does. And I'm like, you think so? He's like,
But he's not, like, aggressively shocking the way, say... You get a guy like Tom Green, who the shock became his shtick, and he was not able to do anything outside of that because even though he's a really clever comedian, people... Paul Rubens, Pee Wee Herman is a great example of the same kind of thing. You get so associated with a specific way of doing things that people can't.
Oh, when you saw that picture of him with the goatee and the long hair coming out of that mugshot, it was like, who is this guy?
Right.
That's not Pee Wee. I don't know who you arrested, but it wasn't Pee Wee.
That's finally out on DVD.
What,
the Pee Wee Playhouse?
Oh, I thought you meant the movie he was watching. No. That would be interesting to see. Yeah, right. Naughty Nurses or something like that.
With his commentary.
Oh, God.
This is a little strange, but we'll go to it. Johnny says, used to hate Seth, but loves him now because of his appearance on the show here. I don't know. Let's see what this is about. Johnny.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Why did you hate Seth Green?
Dude, Seth, I thought you were like the most annoying little like punk ass prick for the longest time.
Oh yeah, I get that a lot.
But dude, you've gotten so much funnier, and just listen to you here with O&A, dude. You sound really intelligent. I just wanted to say cheers, man.
I appreciate that. That's very nice of you to say.
All right, cheers.
Thanks, man.
Damn.
All right, Seth.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's gone.
One of those bits.
It's one of our.
Damn it!
Now one of our gags.
Now he's gonna go back to hating me.
It's called getting you.
Yeah, he got you. All right. Well, Seth, thanks for coming by, man.
Oh, it's a pleasure, guys.
Very cool.
You know, I've had this really awkward thing of like trying to sell this show because my friends and I have spent so long making it, and we just think it's really funny, and I'm trying not to shove it down people's throat or look too desperate in the selling of it. So I just offer you that we made something we think is funny, and I hope people are into it.
What's it called?
Robot Chicken, and it's going to be on Sunday at 11:30 in between 2 episodes of Family Guy.
It starts this Sunday.
Starts this Sunday.
Well, our listeners will check it out.
Yeah, it's a real silly thing, and there's just so much in every episode. It's kind of hard not to find something that you connect with.
Very cool. Could you do some more Chris Griffin as you leave?
You're the worst.
I'm not as obsessed as you are with Buffy.
You got any topic?
I'm a fan.
Topic or direction?
The Improv in Houston, Texas.
You know, I had the occasion to go to the Improv in Houston, Texas, and when you know it, Damon Wayans was on stage, and I've always found him to be very compelling, even though I really don't like the show My Wife and Kids. But he did a couple of half hours that was mostly drinking, and I think he exposed himself, but I don't want to say any kind of slander.
And you can just add really fast that the reason he brought that up, Jim Norton's going to be at the Improv in Houston.
Oh, okay.
That wasn't really for that reason, though.
Not at all.
Well, I hear crazy things happen there.
He's never fishing for a plug. Bastard.
All right.
Well, thanks very much, guys. It's a pleasure.
Thank you, man.
Seth, good luck with the new project. Sounds interesting.
Thank you very
Robot
much.
Chicken this Sunday. Cool. There
Thanks.
you go, Seth Green.
See you guys.
As we take a break here.
State of the Union. Gas prices going up again. The Opie and Anthony Show on XM. Oh, poop goes the weasel. Ramon, give me your sleeve.
I think very often college acts don't give their very best shot to colleges, and I remember I played a college up in New England with the Electric Flag, Bowdoin College, about 2,500 fairly conservative students, nice guys, homecoming, whatever. The deans were there. And in the middle of the concert, Mike Bloomfield's on the guitar, goes, "Holy man, this sound system sucks, man. Now, just a minute, man, it sucks. You get us a new sound system, we'll wait, okay, man? It says sucks." And the dean goes, "Well, we'll see what we can do. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2 your ass, man." It's very nice of the flag to have been I played a lot of unusual school. I played the Air Force Academy last spring, and a lot of people are snotty about it. Oh, it must have been something. They were very nice. They were a good audience. They want to be like other college students. They were very orderly. And they were very attentive. And I remember at the concert, it was very, prepare to laugh, ho! Laugh, ho! Prepare for Mr. Klein's next joke, wing commanders, set up, punchline, laugh, ho, ho, together, you know.
The dumb shit you see on the news, like these women newscasters that want to go into men's locker rooms. I mean, look at what they're making an issue out of, these ugly fucking dogs. That's what that prick fucking lookers, that's what they do. They look at prick. They went to school for 10 years so they had the license to walk into a locker room and look at prick, right? Did you see the one that said they molested her or something? Did you ever see anything so fucking ugly in your life? So she's pissed off. She spent thousands of bucks. Now she can't even look at prick. Dumb prick looker fucking bitch bastard. There's more important things in this world than prick looking. That's what I think. Oh, shit.
The virus is out. I repeat, the virus is out.
Opie and Anthony. The virus is spreading. The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.
4 additional radios, 1 plan. The XM Family Plan. You can add up to 4 additional XM radios to your account for only $6.99 a month per radio. If you already have more than 1 radio, convert to the Family Plan today and start saving. Go to familyplan.xmradio.com or call XM Listener Care at 1-800-XM-RADIO to learn more.
Keeping up with everything that's happening on XM
We're picking up a massive signal.
can be as easy as opening your email.
The XM
Signal. The XM Signal. XM's free email subscriber newsletter, delivering XM programming highlights, special offers, and new product announcements right to your inbox every week. Visit xmsignal.xmradio.com to sign up.
The XM Signal.
The XM Signal.
Jim Norton from the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi, Angel.
Live.
Houston, lucky you. The Improv, February 24 through 26 only. That's right, Houston, the Improv, February 24, 26. Box office 713-333-8800. 713-333-8800.
For more information, check out Jim's website at eatabullet.com.
I'm very good at cutting the radio spots.
Opie and Anthony on High Voltage XM 202.
XM News, talk, and information.
It's everything, all the time.
The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202. The Opie and Anthony Show.
And we're back with the Opie and Anthony program. Hello. I had no idea Seth Green was coming in today.
No?
It'd be nice. We could, I don't know, promote this.
Yeah, I know. I found out
This stuff.
I found out yesterday before I left.
You did?
Yeah, someone was scribbling it on the note board in the office.
Who was he in the Lost Boys? Oh, he wasn't. Okay.
No, he wasn't in Lost Boys.
He mentioned Lost Boys, didn't he?
Yeah, well, just that he liked the
okay.
commentary.
I'm glad I didn't ask that on the air.
Yeah, he would have been insulted by that.
No, I just would have proved what an ass I am.
True. Well, you proved that anyway with your brilliant questions.
I like to ask questions sometimes. I'm not a good interviewer, so I just...
It's so uncomfortable, though.
People, I guess, you know what it is? Unless they say something like, what's wrong with you? Yeah. I guess people just assume you're mentally retarded. And he said, yeah, and I was like, yeah. and then they just continue answering the question or commenting because there is really no question.
Yeah.
So it's not answering a question. It's just they must assume you're just mentally damaged in some way.
Someone is reminding us that we want to talk about the radio duo suspended after burglary stunt. I gotta eat.
Those wacky shock jocks in Britain. What are they doing over there? A British radio station suspended a presenter and producer. A presenter? Is that what they call their shock jocks over there?
Yep.
And producer Monday for staging a mock burglary of their boss's house while on air.
That's pretty funny.
That is pretty good. Rock music station Kerrang! Said in a statement it had removed presenter Tim Shaw and producer Rick Delgado. Wow. He got that job so quickly. Greg Pebble, indefinitely, following an attempted on-air prank that went far beyond the bounds of acceptable behavior, don't you know? He's so certainly The two men broke into the program director's home during the show last week and caused substantial damage, including spray painting obscenities on a wall.
Oh, these guys are insane.
These guys are out of their minds. We should have done this to Dave Dickless.
We were just kidding when we simulated the home invasion. We didn't really rape his wife. Rape his wife. We didn't rape his wife.
We didn't rape his wife. I dive a bus.
You
I private
us. You actually just said it right.
I know. I stink at you stinking.
What are we in Taiwan?
What the hell? God.
Raped his wife.
I don't know. I was so eager to spit that one out. My little rotten thin lips wouldn't open fast enough. She raped his wife.
We took it too far. It was funny at the time, but I've been getting grief off my wife ever since then.
Oh, God.
Adding the prank was meant to be payback for a previous stunt. Kerrang, based in Birmingham, central England, said in its statement the pair was suspended pending the outcome of an inquiry and legal considerations. Kerrang! Does not condone criminal behavior of any kind from its staff or listeners. That's great.
Why was
That's
he
a
getting
good gag.
Why was he getting grief from his wife? Because he was like pretending on the air that he wasn't married?
Yes. Please don't tell anybody I'm married with children, eh? Yes. It'll ruin my image as a rocker. Yes. I'm a cool guy, don't you know? So cool. Don't you hate Jimmy Norton? So stupid and cheap, isn't he, man?
Oh, that's one we haven't done. Broken into, maybe we could break into Elo's house and steal his baby. What a laugh.
We've been stupid. We know that, but you read some of these things that some of these other guys do, and you're thinking, what are they thinking?
I like some of the stuff that gets people thrown off, not so much the stunts, but their on-air content on regular FM radio that we used to get the transcripts for with things underlined and circled going, see, guys?
Yeah.
Like it was an example, like, read this because now you're not going to be able to do this anymore. What, say he fucked her in the ass? Like we were going to do that anyway. We were talking like that.
We used to get so insulted. The lawyers would sit us down and give us the examples of other jocks that went bad.
Yeah. Air personality number 1 said, oh, did you take her to bed? Personality 2. Yeah. Personality 1. What did you do to her? Personality 2. I stuck my dick in her ass. We'd be like, what? Of course you don't say that.
We were like, why are you wasting our time? Can we get those transcripts? I used to have a whole...
They're on the FCC website or something. They're impossible to find.
I used to have the whole packet filled with
They'd
that stuff.
sit us down and read us these transcripts going, see, now you're going to have to alter your show because you see what they're finding these people for? Yes, stuff we would never say. Stick your D in her balloon knot.
Anthony.
Say that.
We need a new warning thing for the show.
For what?
Well, we got a newspaper comedy alert. Newspaper comedy alert.
Newspaper comedy alert? What is that?
It's the New York Post. You know when the New York papers, they try their hand at comedy.
Oh, when they try to be a little funny with the story
instead of just
on their own?
Instead of just reporting the story and leaving the comedy to professionals out there, they decide, this comedy thing's easy. Watch, I'll show you how easy it is.
I usually write news every day, but I'm going to take a stab at this comedy because it's so simple, and I'm sure it's hysterically funny.
And it's always cringy stuff that maybe a third grader would come up with. But
Really?
They think it's so brilliant and good that they're gonna give it to their readers.
I thought that's what this show was.
Well, yeah, but at least we admit it. So, they're getting married, the teacher and the student thing.
Oh, right.
I got a whole documentary on them, by the way, of audio, which I brought in a month ago.
Really?
Oh, yeah, about the whole scandal.
Whole sordid affair.
You brought something in for the show?
A month ago.
She was banging this big Samoan, Tony Rakihara.
Yeah, here it is. I got to eat the rest of this banana. I'll be back with you guys.
I heard lots of threw him out the window. Yeah, Mary Kay Letourneau and her student-turned-fiancé. What's his name? Billy Falul. I absolutely understand why you gave me this newspaper now, Opie.
Hey, you want to try that name again?
I got through Letourneau, and I have no idea what this guy's name is.
Because all I heard was
Oh, yeah, why don't you do it, Jimmy?
No,
yeah, why don't you read it?
I'm just saying. I just couldn't understand. I'm just looking at it from
Well, why don't
point
you
of view.
take a shot at it, Jimmy, old boy?
Because I'm the anchor, and I'm not a faggot who stalks somebody.
Well, maybe next time you could keep your mouth shut and let me read this.
During the VO.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the VO.
Be quiet during the VO.
Little cold in here, too. Yeah, I know, bitch. I see your nipples popping out of your shirt. Ooh.
Meanwhile, the other guy's putting his glasses on, doing crank and jerking off, looking in the producer's office. Creep.
Love it.
Cranky fruit cup.
Do we have to play that now?
Powwow.
We don't have to play that now, do we?
Powwow.
Billy
Powwow.
Just say wide-eyed boy who looks like a South Park character.
He does. She almost has a Debbie Gibson look to her in this picture.
She's sexy.
Mary Kay Letourneau. Yeah, she was having sex with this kid when he was 12 and she was 33. She went to jail for it. Spent, how long? How long was she in jail?
She did a couple of months or a short amount of time.
7.5 years.
She got caught in a car when she got out.
Yeah, sentenced. She was pregnant with his child, and the following year she was arrested, sentenced to 6 months in jail for second-degree child rape. Soon after her release, she was back behind bars, this time for 7.5 years after being caught having sex in a parked car with the kid. So she gets out of jail, has sex with the kid again. Goes to jail for 7.5 years. So 8 years in jail total. Gets out. During her stint in jail, she gave birth to the second child. What a fertile couple these two are. Yeah. Gave birth to the second child, served 9 months for trying to contact her boy toy. She finished serving her sentence in early August and moved in with pals in the suburbs within weeks after Fowl got a judge to lift the court order barring the two from having contact. They resumed their romance. And now their two daughters, Audrey, now 7, and Georgia, now 6, are going to serve as flower girls at their wedding. How old is he now?
Probably 19. 21 now?
He's probably 20-something.
22. She's
22?
43. He's 22. Wow, that is a weird little relationship. And they're getting married. God bless them. God love them. And, well, we got the, what's this, the Post?
Yeah.
And they're registered for gifts, the wedding registry. They got, this twist a la lemon pickle dish is one of the things on their list. Cups and saucers are on their list, Opie. They got iced beverage glass with green foot. I don't know what that is. Maybe it's a glass on Pat from Munaki's foot.
Just basically just dumb, stupid things you could buy for the lovely couple.
Chrome KitchenAid mixer. Yeah, things that they register for that. But not to leave that alone, the Post has a few of their own suggestions
for the happy couple.
Their own suggestions for
Put
gifts.
on your laughing hats, everybody.
Pull over, folks. Pull
Strap
over.
in, people. Strap in, because here comes the funny from the Post.
They should not do this.
Their suggestions for the bride and groom here. New cradle. Since she robbed the last one.
That's terrific.
That is terrific.
That's terrific.
Wow, that's really cool to, poke fun at the pedophile. That's
right.
good.
Right.
Good.
She robbed the last one. How about rings?
Yeah.
A diamond for her, teething for him.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, all right, relax.
And for their pal Adam Walsh, a little glue to hold his head on.
Why did you have to go with an Adam Walsh joke there?
I think because the Post is making light of this, pedophilia.
Because they'll accept the joke aimed in a certain direction because it's a woman on a boy crime, but if it was some other type of guy raping a little girl crime, it wouldn't be acceptable.
If this was a guy, 33-year-old guy, having sex with a 12-year-old girl, he goes to jail, gets out, this would never be lifted. They would say that the girl, even though she's 22 now, is so psychologically screwed up from this that there is no way they would lift the court order that they could have contact with each other. But somehow there is that double standard here where when it's the other way around, it's just like, hey, he's a man now. He could make his own decisions. And if he wants to have sex with the broad that broke his cherry when he was 12, so be it. 3.
From the Post.
The Post, their little suggestions for the bride and groom's wedding gifts. College savings plans for him and their 2 daughters. School, right? College age. And then, of course, lastly, we have a set of embroidered towels marked teacher and teacher's pet.
That's terrific.
Wow.
That's terrific.
Oh,
they have to hand this in to some kind of editor or something. And they go, yeah, let's greenlight this.
Let's go. Yeah, go with the joke about the pedophile.
Go with it.
That's funny.
Go with it. It's awful.
Little Connor Peterson's Daddy's Little Chum T-shirt.
Yeah, maybe if Scott and Amber had gotten married, they could have had some wacky gifts.
Of course they could have. Yeah.
His and her shallow graves.
I killed my ex, and all I got was this new chippy.
So there you have it.
Very good. Very funny stuff from the New York Post.
They are hilarious.
Writing comedy now.
Anthony, moving on, I noticed a trend with our own Martini Steve, a new trend.
Yeah.
He's starting to hand in audio of people.
Andrea Yates, my other car's a submarine.
No, because it would be Susan Smith.
Oh, Smith. Damn it. I knew it. I had them both in my head, and I'm like, I know it's one or the other. And Jimmy will tell me if I'm wrong, so I might as well just blurt it out. 50-50 shot.
That is hilarious.
My other car's a submarine. It's funny when it's Susan Smith.
Oh,
damn it.
Oh, that is really funny.
Oh.
Jesus. You had some confidence in that one,
Yeah,
too.
well, I blurted out. I think I knew I was wrong, too, but figured Jimmy would correct it. He knows all those killers by first name basis.
If it was Andrea, it would be a T-shirt saying, Rub-a-dub-dub, 5 shattered dreams in a tub.
Your obsession is just mind-boggling. Oh. All right, but this is a trend with Martini Steve.
Oh. 5 little lives down the drain. Yeah.
Steve is starting to hand in audio of people just suffering really bad. Remember
Oh, yeah. This is his new obsession. Remember the good old days where Steve just wanted to make promos of women getting beaten? Now it seems he's found this whole new obsession. It's people getting hurt real bad.
Real bad.
Yeah.
Yesterday he handed in the base jump mishap.
Yeah, this was a guy that was jumping off a dam with a parachute. You've seen people do this off of aerials and buildings and dams, mountains. And this guy was a little too close to the dam. I guess the wind or the way the chute opened pushed him into the side of the dam, collapsed the chute, and he just plunged onto the rocky bottom. That was really, he was really high up. It's a dam.
Yeah.
These things are huge. And when he hit, he had a camera on his head, and the camera kept going. So it just recorded all of his sounds and his hands as he's crawling, wondering if he's dead or not. His bloody hands and the bloody rocks, and making just awful sounds. Steve loves this stuff.
Just in case you missed it yesterday.
That is pain.
Know what's kind of funny about that?
Nothing.
I know. That's deeply disturbing, right?
Yeah.
And you can play that on regular radio, and the FCC will just go,
Yeah, the sounds of somebody really in pain, on the brink of death.
But God forbid you talk about sex or something.
Boobies. Don't talk about the boobies.
It just amazes me how stupid they are.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so then Steve handed this one in today. Where is Steve today?
What is this?
This is titled Body Slam Off Roof, Painful Screaming. I guess this is like some of that backyard wrestling, right, Steve?
Backyard wrestling.
Backyard wrestling still happening?
Evidently, according to this.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, exactly. I had to wait till Kev handed me the headphones. Yeah, apparently the backyard wrestling is still going on because you keep seeing video clips of these kids doing this stuff. Now, this is
the dumbest stuff ever,
it
first
really
of all.
is.
Backyard wrestling has to be the lamest thing ever.
Yeah.
It's just this trash throwing each other around and inflicting wounds on themselves.
Yeah, they take Louisville sluggers and wrap them in barbed wire and hit each other with them. They hit each other with chairs.
Yeah.
I don't get it. So this one is a video clip of two dummies. One of them is holding another one over his shoulder. He jumps off the roof of his house onto a folding table. And
that's going to break his fall enough.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, off the roof of his house, it's got to be a good 15-foot drop. I mean, you know, maybe. Well, you figure. Well, he did it right off like where the gutters would be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, and he's just in agony as he falls off.
Great.
What did he break?
I have no idea.
Looked like a leg.
It looked like a leg. It looked like he shattered his leg.
I bet the video's up on FoundryMusic.com.
Of course it is. I love Foundry. You could just go to there and get some of the best video.
Are we doing Rate My Boob or something like that soon?
Yeah.
Rate My Boob?
Rate.
Oh, rate.
Sorry,
yeah,
rate.
it's
I think I did say
Rape My Boob.
Rate.
Not both of them, only one.
Just one.
We're putting together a Rate My Wow website, which is just going to be booby pictures, which is just going to be all the booby pictures that get sent in, so you'll be able to go in there and judge which ones you like best.
Fantastic.
That'll be very cool. All right. So here's the audio of this kid slamming.
Right.
From the roof.
You guys okay? Okay, dude, what's wrong?
Wow, that is fantastic.
You got serious problems, Steve.
I love that one.
That's really
God
great audio.
damn, is that funny? What an idiot.
Because they did it to themselves, you know?
Oh!
Can you see his legs shatter in the video?
You do see it give out from under him as he hits
Yeah.
the table. and oh yeah, and there's in the video there's a close up of the divot his leg made in the dirt in this firm earth. Yeah, it's really bad.
That's great. Morons. Thin that herd.
You also handed in some weird stuff here. The get out of my house.
Oh, that was stuff Danny found. Apparently, it was this couple was getting into a fight, and you know how sometimes if you like lean the wrong way, you'll call yourself and you'll turn your voicemail on your cell phone.
I've gotten a few of those calls. I've actually gotten one from Opie.
What?
When all of a sudden my phone will ring, I'll answer it, and I'll just hear background noises and people chatting, and you got to stay on long enough to see who the idiot is that left their phone on.
A
lot of times, well, that's the thing you might not want to hear. You're like, oh, please don't start talking about me. Like, oh, because it's just I can't have you talking about me. One of the biggest offenders is Sal, my stepfather. Constantly, I must be like the number one or something on the speed dial, and gets hit all the time. And I'll be listening and hear like a car. It's inside a car and driving. I'll just hear, row. Yeah, well, we got to pick some stuff up for the weekend, row. Like with his Baltimore accent. Like, yeah, I know who this is. Then one day I heard something, and it wasn't. Then I heard you. You were at some kind of family get-together or something.
I have no idea.
Just heard you talking and heard some of your brothers, I guess. I was like, oh, it's Opie. And I kept listening.
Hoping.
I didn't hang up.
You're like, what does he really think of me?
No, that's the stuff. I'm not like that. I don't want to hear that. I'm listening, I don't know what I'm listening for, but not to hear that. I don't want to hear that.
Nobody wants to hear that, but you have to stay on the line. Everyone's curious enough to go,
it's
God,
it's voyeurism.
He might say something that he would never say to my face. I gotta listen. It might be ugly.
That. I'm not even giving it that much thought.
Really?
For some reason, I just have to listen, but I don't know what I'm listening for. It's just kind of like, there's a peephole, look through it. Oh, it's a glory hole, and I got my eye poked out. Well, what are you going to do?
Pat from Munaki's doing the News Friday on the program.
Give it a shot.
Nice. That's going to be
Give it a shot of insulin.
What are you going to do?
Well, this guy has an example. He got a call. Let me see this. Hold on. Mark, what's up?
How you doing? I met this girl in the bar or whatever, and I'm in Buffalo a couple months after that. I see she calls me 3 in the morning, and I pick up the phone and I'm hearing this pow, 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 constant slapping. She's just getting murdered. Smoking hot chick, and it was just, and that's call again at 3 in the morning. I almost started whacking it, but hung up about 30 seconds.
Banged?
But
his phone stinks. And she wasn't getting murdered. She was getting banged, and he was listening in. So
I'm Dan Rather have 10 toes. What are you going to do? Diabetic. Got 9.
Let's go to Rob from Huntington. Rob?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
We were coming back from a cigar bar, and a buddy of mine borrowed someone else's phone to call his wife, just a standard check-in.
Uh-oh.
And then you know, he gave it back, and he actually went home, but we were all going to the city. We were going to get blow, hookers, strip club, the whole 9 yards. And my buddy walks in, and his wife's listening to this, to the background noise, because it had called his house. And luckily for him, he had gone home, because he was going to be a dead man.
Wow. Yeah. That
Brutal.
probably has gotten a lot of people in trouble. I wouldn't doubt it.
Cliff the trucker.
Hello.
Hey, Cliff.
Hello. What's going on?
Well, what's up, Cliff?
I got to tell you about this phone call I got like you guys are talking about.
All right.
My phone rings. I pick it up, and all I could hear was this guy talking. He was saying, yeah, it's the Improv in Houston, February 24th to the 26th. Jim Norton. You need more information. It's 713-333-8800. If you'd like to go to his website, it's eatabullet.com, or you can email Jim directly at yellowtreats@aol.com.
God damn, did he get me.
What a call that was.
Wow, did he get me.
This show is truly becoming Norton and Friends.
I could not see
hate
that
you
coming.
more and more every day.
Oh, how good was that one?
I could not see that coming a mile away. I'm waiting for his story. You know, I got a cell phone story. I heard the voice. It was, you know, boy for a guy, and his wife heard that. No, a goddamn Norton plug.
He sounded too slow to be that clever.
Somebody got me on Whackbag, too, because it said, it's one of the thread posts was, Norton is a liar concerning Stern. So I'm like, oh, mother, because I clicked on it, and they said, if you don't believe, click here, and I click, and it's the Houston Improv. Oh, it really got me good.
Bastard.
All right, so this audio is what? Get out of my house.
It's a couple having a fight. Obviously, this guy is in her house, and she's just screaming out, "Get out of my house!" You know, for like
is
minutes.
It fake? A lot of these things are fake.
See, I don't know. It's going. It's.
But you think it's
going
fake?
on.
You heard
Don't give it an honest.
No, I'm agreeing with you that a lot of them.
A lot of it is.
You're right. A lot of these are fake. I don't think this one's fake because it's an obvious cell phone. It's obviously in her pocket or something like that. She's getting madder and madder and madder as this guy won't go on. It goes on for 4.5 minutes.
Let's take a listen.
First saved message sent Wednesday, July 14th at 6:53 a.m.
I ain't trying to turn nothing up. I just want you to stop.
Get out my house, Cal.
Get off the hook.
Get out my house. Get out my house.
Look, calm down.
Get out my house, Cal.
Calm down.
Get out my house.
Calm down, Didi.
Get out my house.
Calm down.
Get out my house, Cal.
Calm down, Didi.
Get out my house.
No, no reason to act like this.
Get out my house,
I
Cal.
don't get anything to
Get out my house,
for you to act like this.
Get out my house.
I don't get anything
Get out my house, Calvin.
Stop, Didi.
Get out my house.
Come on, Didi, stop.
Get out.
Please, just stop. Come on, Didi,
Get out
stop.
my house.
Stop.
Get out my house, Cal.
Sit here and go to sleep or something.
Get out my house, Cal.
Stop, Didi. Dang.
This Miss Jones and Todd.
You get out. Get out. Get out now. You get out now. Get out my house, Calvin. Get out my house. Get out.
This is why you bring over here to start.
Get out. I ain't bring your motherfucking ass over here. Move. Get over me. You need a motherfucker. You better take your Get out my house.
What do you think so far?
I think definitely real.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are very, very odd, obviously white people. And she's obviously a woman who's very good at conveying a thought.
Get out my house. Get out my house. Get out my house. Get out my house. Get out my house.
Oh,
Get out my house, Calvin.
you should have shot her.
Get out of my house. Get out of my house. Get out of my house, Calvin. Get out my house.
Calm down.
Move! Get out my house. Listen to me.
Okay.
I'm telling you, you better get your motherfucking ass off of me. Calvin, get out.
Okay, stop.
I'm gonna put my pocketbook. Move, boy.
Boy. Who's she calling boy?
Get your hands off of me. Get out my house.
All right, we should guess what this guy did.
I don't know, but I think Sandman's going to come tap dancing through and drag him off stage.
It sounds to me like she definitely wants him to leave.
I think he's in the house, yeah. And she kind of wants him out of it.
I'd like to know what his name is, though.
Who did he fuck, you think? Her sister?
Definitely somebody.
Someone close, maybe?
This is all about some chick. And
she ain't going to listen to nothing.
Get out my house.
Get out my house. Get out. Get out my house. Stop. Get out my house. I'll be calm since you gone. Get out my house. Get out my house. I ain't getting done shit. Get the fuck out. Get 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 out my house. Get out my house.
Oh.
No, I'm not going to chill. Get out.
Chill.
Get out.
Tell that bitch to chill.
Get out my house. Get out. Get out my house.
Chill.
I'm going to the air conditioner. Get out my house. Yeah, you could have told me that you was getting back into that damn move. And I would have known that. Now get out my house.
Like what?
Get out my house.
What was it that?
Get out my house. And then it's like, I should be right back. Get out my house, Cal.
What else I be right back? Oh, when I got the last time, I didn't say I was coming right back. I said I'll be back later.
Get out my house, Cal. I'm telling you, get out.
And second of all,
Get out, Cal.
I'm not a child anyway. I don't have to tell you when.
Get out my house, Cal.
You don't have to let me in, but I don't have to tell you where I'm from.
Get out my house. Get out my house. Get out. I ain't no motherfucking child.
I'm not keeping time.
Get out my house, Cal.
I'm not keeping time.
Get out my house. I'm telling you, get out.
Is that it?
Fuck you. Get out my damn house.
No, that's what you think. That's why you're doing what you're doing. Get out.
Cal, get out my house.
Stop.
Get out my house.
Come on, stop.
Get out my house.
Stop.
Get out. Get out. No, you leave him now. Get out my house.
Is it over?
That it?
Let's listen.
You're not staying up in here. Get out my house. Fag, fucking. Stop. Stop. I done told you, okay. Put your motherfucking hands on me.
Well, look, don't try to get it.
Get out my house.
She needs a good smack.
Gunshot would be a great end.
Get out my house, Cal. Get out my house, Cal.
Stop me. No, stop. You can't go nowhere.
Get out my house, Cal.
Stop.
Get out. Get out my house. Get out my house.
Jesus.
Get out my house.
End of message.
There's no ending to this thing?
I know what happened, though.
Yeah.
He tried explaining to her, look, it wasn't that I was ashamed of being married. I just didn't want my listeners to know because they think I'm, like, single and cool.
Right. Handful of numbskull listeners.
Nitwits.
Nitwits?
Numbskull would have been actually, like, funny.
Numbskull.
I believe that was a call from the banana phone.
Oh.
Ring, 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 banana phone. Ring, 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 banana phone. I've got this feeling so appealing for us to get together and sing, sing. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding, banana phone. It grows in bunches. I've got my hunches. It's the best, beat the rest. Cellular, modular, interactive, modular. Ring, 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 banana phone. Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, ping, banana phone. It's no baloney, it ain't a phony. My cellular, bananular phone.
On this day, prescribed by law and marked by ceremony, we are led to one conclusion.
This place
just blows.
You're being harsh.
The Opie and Anthony Show.
You know what I hate? When you're driving and you pick up a friend and they get in and they don't buckle their seatbelt up like right away, but they will like 10 minutes into the drive after you have some goofy turn. without saying it to you, they'll just, pull that belt down. You got a problem all of a sudden? So what I do, as they're looking down, I go, these darn mosquitoes. I don't know why I let them bother me like that. I really shouldn't.
Yes, indeedy, boy. I got a jaywalking ticket yesterday. Motherfuckers ain't got shit better to do than to fuck with you for jaywalking. And that lets you know how deep the government in your business. How the fuck else I'm gonna get across the street? Walk! You know what I'm saying? You're jaywalking. Oh, ain't that a bitch? It's like the first motherfucker that did that shit, his name must have been Jay. You know what I'm saying? Jay's like, I'm tired of being the last one at the bank. Fuck it, I'm going now. Little cop there with his whistle. Hey, Jay, hey, in my hands? Fuck your hand. I'm going to the bank. Then everybody else. Jay's always the first one in line. Let's go when Jay goes. You know, shit became an epidemic. They're all jaywalking. You know what I'm saying? What they gonna do when somebody in a wheelchair do it? Call it Mike rolling?
The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.
Wake up, wake up, wake up. Yeah, I'm so tired of waiting for us to wake up, wake up, wake up. Yeah, I'm so sick of waiting for us to make a move. Wake up, wake up, wake up, and we will never lose. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's time to make a move. Wake up, wake up, wake up, and we will never lose. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Hey, we're back with the Opie and Anthony program. By the way, it's a big day for XM. Big day. Major League Baseball coverage starts today.
Oh, cool.
What's the new channel called? Home Plate, I think?
Home Plate 175.
Yeah, XM 175. Major League Baseball talk. The channel's called Home Plate. And I think Jose Canseco's on with Kevin Kennedy today. Is that true?
That's what we were told.
Yes, Ben?
His manager.
Huh?
Kevin managed.
No, I know.
Jose, yeah.
Kevin
Boston,
Kennedy
right?
pretty much managed everybody in
Texas,
baseball.
Boston. Yeah. I don't remember.
Well, that's a big coup for the first day of Major League Baseball talk, huh?
Yeah.
What time is that on, Ben, the Jose Canseco? Ask Rob Dibble, who's on the line here.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Rob.
What's going on?
What's up, Rob? How are you? It's Opie and Anthony and Jim Norton in studio here.
I'm doing well. How you guys doing?
Pretty good. Are you excited or what?
I'm very excited. I mean, having a baseball channel 24/7 year-round, I think it's going to be one of the greatest things that ever happened to radio. Plus, it's CD quality radio. No more working on AM where it's all the time.
Yeah.
Like your phone connection right now?
Yeah, nice phone. What do you got? What kind of phone you got?
Hey, I'm staying at the Rouge here in Washington, D.C. Everything's kind of weird here in this hotel.
We know that hotel well. They put us all up there, I guess.
If you want, I'll call you right back.
No, it's okay. It's fine. We'll just go with it. It's pretty exciting that the baseball channel is launching with all this steroid talk with Jose.
Hey, XM's beefed up, so we're going to launch with Jose Canseco. Pete Rose is going to come on. We're going to have Theo Epstein on today, so it's going to be a lot of fun.
When is Canseco on? Because people are going to definitely want to hear that.
Canseco's going to be on the 4 o'clock hour. He's going to take calls. He's going to go in the studio. Kevin Kennedy's going to do the show every day from Los Angeles. I'll be in Washington, and so we'll pretty much cover the coast-to-coast thing. But you guys are forgetting, I played against Jose in the World Series, and played against him for a few years. And, you know, people are acting like this steroid thing is brand new, and it's not. It's been around for decades. It's been, I'm not going to say a problem in baseball. It's been a prevalent thing in baseball, and now it's a couple of guys are coming out like Caminiti saying to use steroids and Canseco, but it doesn't mean that all Major League Baseball's on steroids, because if they were, you'd be emptying out Gold's Gym to go play in the Major Leagues. It's not that easy.
I don't know. A lot of people believe Canseco. A lot of people don't believe him. Like my friend says to me that he's like, Jose Canseco is believable to some people. And I'm like, well, you know.
Well, the people that don't believe Jose Canseco are just a lot of the people that are trying to keep the game sacred. A lot of these people that never even stepped on a baseball field are the ones that are saying he's not credible. He's totally credible, and you know why? Because if somebody came out and said I was doing steroids, I'd be suing his ass.
Yep.
I'd be suing him for libel. I'd be protecting my reputation. Mark McGwire released a statement through his lawyer. I'd be all over the TV.
Yeah, what did Mark McGwire say? Because it was just told to us that he just released a statement literally minutes ago.
The only thing we ever were teammates and yada, yada, yada. Give me a break. I mean, Mark McGwire and some of these other guys were monsters, and I played against these guys. And to say that you weren't using something to get that big, it's kind of ludicrous.
Do you think the records are tainted?
You got to sue this guy, and if he's not telling the truth. And now the latest thing I heard, I was watching MSNBC last night, and they had Canseco's lawyer on. He was talking about this guy. Jose's going to do a lie detector test on pay-per-view. So
you gotta love that.
That's kind of cool, though. I like that type of thing. So.
Well, I mean, he's willing to stand by everything he says. And another thing his lawyer said, and it was hard to get the book yesterday. Any bookstore I went into in Washington, D.C. yesterday, it was sold out. It was already 7th on the bestseller list before it even came out. But it's only 2 chapters. This guy had an amazing career. He had an amazing life. He still is an amazing, specimen. He wants to be an actor. But I believe almost everything that's in the book. The one thing I don't like when he's on 60 Minutes is telling people that steroids could be for you. That's not what you want kids to think.
Yeah.
There's no shortcut to the big leagues. You're just going to kill yourself. If you saw what happened to Caminiti, if you see what happened to professional wrestlers, football players, it's a drug that will kill you. And that there's no way to think you can have a shortcut to the major leagues by using some drug.
Well, Rob, what was his motivation for putting this book out then?
His motivation.
I mean, because now he's got.
You know what? He thinks it's a conspiracy. He thinks there's a conspiracy against Jose Canseco. I don't believe that. He's saying that they kept him from getting 500 home runs and that they kept him out of the major leagues, and he's pissed off. But everything he's saying is true. To some extent, Giambi's already admitted under grand jury testimony or, under oath in his grand jury testimony that he'd used steroids. Bonds kind of skated the issue, but now his mistress of 9 years,
we saw that in the paper
Bell
yesterday.
is going to come out with a book and saying that Bonds admitted he uses steroids.
Do you think the records are tainted? McGwire, now Bonds has the home run record. McGwire had broken it. And, it's like my buddy and I were talking about it, and he's like, man, I mean, steroids helped a lot of things. He's like, if I only had them, and I'm like, yeah, well, but that's not up to anybody.
No, absolutely not. There's no tainting of the records because the records were going to be broken anyway. When they started juicing balls, lowering the mound, bringing in the fences, it was all about scoring 10 runs a game so the fans would watch. So, this was going to happen either way. Somebody was going to come up and be as good as, say, Alex Rodriguez or Carlos Beltran or somebody like that. So if Mark McGwire didn't do it or Bonds didn't do it, somebody was going to eventually do it. But you know what? People think that steroids make you a better player. No.
You still have to have the skill
to hit the ball 50, 100 feet farther. You still got to hit it. Guys are still throwing it harder than ever. I just think that it makes me laugh when people that never stepped on a baseball field say, "Oh, let's put an asterisk next to the records." That's crap.
Right, and I don't give a crap if they're doing the steroids. I mean, a lot of these games are very exciting when they're hitting these monster home runs and stuff.
People love it.
And Jose, I mean, how stupid is this guy turning on all his friends like this?
Well, that's the thing. It's like when Jim Bouton wrote the book Ball 4. He's never been allowed back into the game. Never been around a locker room. Never, well liked by any player. And in fact, myself, current player, I can't stand the guy because. You know what? If I want to write a book, and I could write a book that could blow away people. I mean, I played for Pete Rose for 3 years, and played with a lot of other guys. Did a lot of unbelievable things off and on the field.
All right, look, Rob, you can't tease us like that. Give us a little something on Pete Rose.
It was my career.
Right.
It's my story, and Kevin Kennedy's going to come out with his book in a few months, and that's just part of the game. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen things around the industry, radio and television and things like that have blown your mind. But you know what? What other people are doing, that's their business.
Yeah, we once saw Jay Moore bang a black hooker in the ass. It was It was unbelievable, actually.
Hey, that doesn't make him a bad guy.
Hey, do you think Canseco had Hall of Fame numbers?
Absolutely. He was the first 40-40 player. He was amazing. And that's another thing. I mean, the Hall of Fame in baseball is the hardest Hall of Fame to get into, and that's because the baseball writers vote you in.
Right.
Here's guys that never played. If you're on the West Coast, you don't see guys playing on the East Coast every day. How can you vote for guys getting into the Hall of Fame when you don't get to see them every day? Even now with direct television and all that, they don't see these guys play every day. So, our Hall of Fame's kind of a joke. They don't let the great players in. And if I'm going to take my son to the Hall of Fame, I want to show him a guy like Jose Canseco. Say, hey, listen, this guy was 6'4", 240, and he was able to run like a 4.3 40, and he could steal 40 bases in a season. That's the problem with the Hall of Fame. They want big numbers, 500 homers. Now it's going to probably be 600 homers, 3,000 hits, all that crap. It's a joke to me.
Well, it's a joke that Pete Rose is just not in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. And we'll have the man on today. He was my first manager. He's a great man, and I think the old company I used to work for, ESPN, did him a huge disservice by throwing out some crap that they made in 3 weeks, and you see the guy Tom Sizemore's in a little bit of hot water himself right now. That was a great guy to play Pete, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah, very good.
And don't you think that the baseball writers are also notorious for being likely to vote against a guy who wasn't media friendly?
Oh, absolutely. Well, how about a few years ago, you had George King from New York. He's a total jerk. And this guy leaves Pedro Martinez off his MVP ballot in '99. But the year before, he had David Wells and another pitcher on the Hall of Fame, on the most valuable player ballot. And it was just because he was a Red Sox player, and that probably cost him from getting the MVP award. So, these guys, they hold grudges, they're homers for their teams, and, if you don't like, say, a Jim Rice, who should definitely be in the Hall of Fame, we're not putting him in the Hall of Fame because he didn't talk to us during his career. Yep. I think that's a joke.
Very good. The other thing really fast, but now with Jose's book out there and doing very well and all the attention he's getting, you got to think that the floodgates are going to open, and there's going to be just a lot more books coming out in the next couple of years, huh?
Absolutely. Everybody's going to jump on what Jose's saying, but who is more credible than a superstar player like Jose Canseco? I mean, who would know more about steroid use on his teams than Jose Canseco? And so, for my money, the guys that are named in this book, and the longer that they just sit pat and say, oh, he's crazy, he's deranged, and these are the guys that are massive players and have gotten $100 million contracts, and the longer that they sit there, they could easily sue Jose for libel. But you know what? They're not gonna, because he's telling the truth, and they know it.
Yeah, well, but Mark McGwire, coming out pretty much calling him a scumbag today, so.
Yeah, but I mean that's McGwire. Disappear. At the height of your career just because you had a couple of bad years. Well, what were most of Mark McGwire's injuries? They were the little nagging injuries that you get if you were allegedly using steroids.
Right.
And then the one thing that I say about Barry Bonds, anybody who thinks that this guy's been on steroids, he's never been injured. He never has the hamstring, the joint injuries, all the little nagging injuries you get, the back problems with steroids. He's been one of the guys he's out there every day, plays 140, 150 games a year, and he puts up ridiculous numbers. And people, you can accuse a guy, but you know what? You better know what you're talking about if you're going to accuse him.
It's just really strange to see old pictures of Barry Bonds and Mark McGwire and see how thin they were,
No, absolutely. But you know what? If you just swallowed, bottle and bottle after creatine and protein and did the work in the weight room and got yourself there, for my money, this is the thing. I face these guys. It didn't make them any better when I still got their asses out on the mound. So, for my money, it's a personal sacrifice. You want to kill yourself, you want to take 20 years off your life, 30 years off your life, go ahead and do it. But you know what? That's your own thing. And the one thing about Jose, and we'll talk to him today on the show, is don't promote that to kids. Don't tell kids go out there and use what I use. You know what? If you make a stupid decision, you want to kill yourself, that's fine. But don't tell the rest of the country and the world that there might be a good steroid for you.
This is an odd question. Who is the toughest out you ever faced consistently?
You know what? The little slap hitters were the guys that killed me. The power hitters were easy strikeouts. Like the Jose Chico Lins and the Tony Gwynns and the Will Clarks and guys who were good contact hitters, they killed me. And but I still think Tony Gwynn was only like 5 for 18 off me. So when I say killed, if a guy got a hit off me, I was pissed off.
Some guy wrote a book and he said that he thinks Tony Gwynn is the greatest hitter of all time, and he found some statistical way to put him above Cobb. Do you think that's accurate or crap?
I think that's pretty accurate. I'd put Tony Gwynn in the top 5. I think he has 8 batting titles, but Tony was one of those guys who could roll out of bed and get 3 hits.
Right.
And he was the first to institute the videotaping and watching it over and over and over, so he knew pitchers inside and out. And now, I'd say 90% of hitters in the major leagues, that's all they do is watch videotape.
All right. Well, we're not going to get any dirt on Pete Rose today, huh? little
No
gamblers.
way, man. No way.
How
One of
much
my
dirt is it
favorite
now?
people on the planet is Pete Rose.
Is he good at the blackjack table?
You would have to ask him that.
So, when you first met Eric Logan, did you notice that he and Pete have the exact same haircut?
I'm not ripping my boss either.
Very smart man.
You will find out quickly that he's not really your boss. You're still new, bro. Give it a couple months.
You'll be crapping all over him.
And you'll just be nodding your head and just doing whatever you want like we do. Hey, Rob, a lot of fun. I hope you call our show from time to time, man.
Whenever you guys want.
All right, so it's the new launch today, the Major League Baseball channel, Home Plate. It's channel 175.
Yes.
And Jose's on at what time today?
At 4 o'clock. Our show, the show with Kevin Kennedy and myself, is on from 3 to 6 East Coast time every day.
Right. When is Pete Rose on?
Pete Rose will probably follow Jose Canseco.
Wow. Today, that's huge. Phenomenal. I'll definitely be listening. Rob Dibble, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Thanks, man. There he goes, Thanks. Rob Dibble. That's funny.
Hey, Rob's pretty cool.
That's great.
Like that.
Yeah, right on. You know what? I'm very relieved. I thought Rob was gonna blow up the whole steroid thing.
Yeah, of course.
Basically saying of course.
You know what? It seems like the people inside baseball really never saw it as that big a deal. It was just kind of something that happened. It was accepted, and that's what it's not like you found out they're doing heroin or, crack in the locker room. They never considered it like, let's hide and do this, let's keep it. It was just something that was known in baseball, accepted, and they did it.
Just in every sport, I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the football team in my high school was doing it. Seriously, man, because you didn't really know how dangerous it was and stuff
Roosevelt.
like that. No, you didn't really know,
Not Harborfield.
You didn't know how dangerous the stuff was, and it was just one of those things you kind of did, in the locker room. And then all the studies come out, you hear it's dangerous. A lot of guys that, stopped doing it, and then the other guys that said, I'll take the chance.
I knew this kid in high school, and come to think of it, wow, it just occurred to me. He was huge. He was like muscle-bound, sick, ridiculous huge. And summer vacation came around. Then we came back to school, and I saw him at some party, and he had those cripple crutches, the metal braces around the arms and stuff, and he was, weighed about 110 pounds. He was just a mess, and he wound up dying like that year. And come to think of it, there were rumors about steroid use with him.
Really?
Yeah. And he was too big and got too big too quick for it to just be working out. He was an animal. So, well, I guess it really, and if you're younger and you're growing like that, probably really screws you up.
You never know, though. He might have had cancer or something. I mean, especially that kind of a weight loss that young.
Stuff like that gives it to you, though.
Yeah.
Steroid use, like, who was that, Lyle Alzado got brain cancer?
After many, many years,
Ooh.
Yeah, sure.
Ooh. Bandana full of mush.
Jesus.
It really was like a mealy apple wrapped in a wet napkin.
That's awful. Hey, we got some Bobby Knight audio.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're doing a little sports thing. So
Look at us. Making a mad dog.
Figured this would be a good place to play this.
Want to thank Rob Dibble for coming on the program.
Yeah, dog.
Dude, by the way, that was the best one ever.
What?
That long pause.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That was really uncomfortable.
Yeah. He was like, what? This guy just asked me something? He had to think about it for a while. That was really uncomfortable.
That's one of my favorite new gags.
Love that one.
We're always coming up with new gags, but that one is good. So what's up with this Bobby Knight audio?
Eric, it's taped in the locker room. He's cursing up a storm, kicking chairs and everything, just dropping the F word all over the place. Just really, really irate.
Typical.
The bleeps aren't cursed, are they?
No.
I mean,
the
curses,
bleeps aren't cursed.
The curses
Yes, they are.
Yes. Stay away from the bleeps. They are cursed.
They've been damned.
There was a lot of controversy yesterday because we played a Stephen Lynch song and there was a bleep.
Uh-oh.
It was old audio, you asses. There's no censoring going on here.
You know what's unique about that little situation you talk about?
Huh.
It wasn't even a bleep that was put in later. Remember, I used to have a sound on the replay, and it was a beep, and he just left the word out, I hit the beep. That's what we used to do. We used to curse people out on regular radio and use the beep live all the time.
Oh, all right. Because it didn't really... All right.
So technically, wasn't a bleep, people. The curse was never said.
Well, there was a whole discussion on that.
On Whackbag?
Oh, the things they discuss in these message boards.
Isn't there a protocol for that? Don't they have rules regarding bleeped segments on the program? I love them guys. They are such fans.
Well, they keep us alive.
They certainly do.
Here's the Bobby Knight audio.
Want to play that I'm getting the fuck out of here. I mean, if you're not going to recover Greg Graham, if you're just going to let him drive by you, if the rest of you are going to let him catch the ball outside the 3-second lane and drive all the way in here without one guy challenging him, then I'm leaving and you fucking guys will run till you can't even suffer. Now, I'm tired of this shit. I'm sick and fucking tired of an 8-10 record. I'm fucking tired of losing to Purdue.
This guy wears a dress at home.
Dude.
This guy wears a dress at home.
Could you imagine?
I'm thinking strap-on.
Maybe.
I'm thinking strap-on. When you're this
When
much
are we,
of a raving lunatic, there's something going on at home.
When are we playing the Bobby Knight audio?
What do you thought that was?
I thought that was you in the office with the interns. No?
What an ass.
I'm not here to fuck around this week. Now, you may be, but I'm not. Now, I'm going to fucking guarantee you that if we don't play up there Monday night, you aren't going to believe the next 4 fucking days. Now, I am not here to get my ass beat on Monday. Now, you better fucking understand that right now. This is absolute fucking bullshit. Now, I'll fucking run your ass right in the ground. I mean, I'll fucking run you. You'll think last night was a fucking picnic. I had to sit around for a fucking year with an 8-10 record in this fucking league. And I mean, you will not put me in that fucking position again. Or you will goddamn pay for it like you can't fucking believe. Now, you better get your head out of your ass.
Wow, hey.
Jesus.
And a man in my position can't afford to be made to look ridiculous.
Wow. He was pissed.
That was great. Let me tell you, my Kraut McGuard.
Wow.
Wow, was he pissed?
That's great.
A little bit.
Imagine what that must have... You know they were just sitting there looking down like, to get yelled at like that? Grown man yelling at you?
And you know he was a psycho, and he would throw chairs in front of the entire, crowd, so he didn't care.
Of course.
I like Bobby Knight.
What a lunatic.
But you're right, Ob. I bet you at home, though, he was passive, and he liked things put in his backside.
Yeah,
you think?
Yeah,
Sure.
There's got to be another side to that.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Married, has a couple of kids.
Yeah. Like, he doesn't want anybody to know.
Doesn't want any other players.
Yeah, I'm just probably sent an email to his players. Hey, look, don't tell anyone. That I'm a groveling faggot. I mean, I'll yell and scream and cause a big ruckus in front of people, but, the fact that I like to lay on my stomach while my dumb, nameless spouse puts things in my tuchus, keep that between us.
He was called Angry Guy in the locker room. Want to be known as Angry Guy?
Angry Guy.
All right, relax, dude. Nick, what's up?
Yo, O&A.
Look, and he goes into his caller voice. Nick, what's up, Nick?
How's it going, guys?
Hey.
What's up, little Jimmy?
Hello, Nick.
Listen, I was a bodybuilder when I was younger. I did, dude, you cannot imagine the kind of things we did with steroids. We had steroid contests to see who could do more. Like I'm going to do 3 ounces of, I'm going to do 3 cc's of testosterone. How much can you do? And we did, one time, guys were doing 85 pills a day. Me and my boys. Now, I'm 42 years old now, and that's 20 years later. I've got arthritis in all my joints. I've got heart problems. I've got high blood pressure. Now, this is all because when I was younger, I was running my car on the highest RPMs possible by taking steroids and it wasn't meant to do that.
You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
Really, that's
a great story. Wasn't that a great story? I don't even have time to punch out. Just crash
I
me.
honestly don't care. Don't care.
Just crash me into a wall.
Nope. You already did it to yourself.
Later, guys.
All right,
Bye,
later.
fella. You can act like a man.
Act like a man. We're at that weird time in the show. We can't really start anything new, and we don't want to play What Did We Learn for 15 minutes.
No.
So can I do a little reading?
Go on, Ope.
Little reading?
I'd love to hear it.
All right. I showed Governor Pataki my breast in public.
What?
And he didn't bat an eye. I'm not a flasher. I'm a nursing mother.
Yuck.
And generally a modest one. But when I decided to breastfeed my 15-week-old daughter, Anya, I quickly learned that to avoid being cloistered in my apartment for the next 6 months, I was going to have to take my milk to town. The idea terrified me. I imagined well-intentioned strangers approaching for a glimpse of the baby, only to discover that my pink bundle of joy was milking me like a Jersey cow.
By the way, it's just the opposite. They go to look at your tit, and they realize there's a kid on the end of it.
Baby.
Stupid.
And it hasn't always been easy. At Thanksgiving, my sister-in-law's European family shunned me. They actually fled the living room when I decided to unbutton for a post-turkey feeding.
Yeah, and well, they should.
My sister-in-law forbid me to nurse in front of her family after that. Decree she refused to budge on. When the American Academy of Pediatrics issued its first breastfeeding guidelines in close to a decade last week, urging mothers to breastfeed their babies exclusively for the first 6 months, it firmed my resolve to keep the milk bar open anytime, anywhere.
Look, I think it's fine if you breastfeed, but don't get mad if I'm watching and I decide to do a little bag whacking. Let's have that understanding.
Start jacking.
I'll respect your space if you respect mine.
Right.
The reality, it's a very hot thing to check out. You're walking along and all of a sudden you see this.
It is not.
It's not hot.
It's hot.
It is awkward, and it is embarrassing to be around.
In fact,
sorry.
However, we are repressed sexually. The fact that would bother us as a society.
We are, but you know something? If a woman just walked around a mall, let's say, topless, that would be hot. It would be great. It wouldn't be offensive. It wouldn't be uncomfortable. It would be something to look at. I'm not saying that, but a woman breastfeeding on a bench in the mall, it's awkward. I don't want to look. I don't know where to look. It's
but
weird.
You're looking.
Yeah, because it's weird, not because
You're
it's
looking.
hot.
Everyone's looking.
You want to get her to
We're all
stop?
voyeurs. We like to look at things like this.
Here's how I get her to stop. I'll sit down on the bench next to him, not say a word, and just kind of lean in and go, I'll just make the suckling noise.
In fact, resolving to donate my boobs to science, I decided to push the boundaries a little and see what would happen.
Great.
I started with baby steps, putting Anya in her stroller and heading to Central Park for our daily walk. Anya started crying, and the experiment began. I sat on a bench, readied Anya, and hiked up my shirt, fully exposing my breast. When Janet Jackson pulled this trick at last year's Super Bowl, it set off a national firestorm.
My
But
nipples are very sensitive. My nipples, they feel like kind of tingling.
But none of the hundreds of people in the park seemed to even notice. So I stood up and walked with Anya, still attached, along the bridle path. Then I took her off the boob and let it dangle while I burped her over my opposite shoulder. This chick's a freak.
If I met her, I'd like to ask, did you breastfeed her? Toughened your nipples, didn't it? Tell me, when it's little Anya lying on the slab, where will it tickle you? Wow.
Very nice.
By the way, Elo, love your haircut.
This chick is forcing a reaction, by the way. You know, no woman just casually breastfeeds and then lets it dangle there as she burps the child.
Yeah.
You're getting off that strangers are looking at your boob. Who are you
Start
kidding?
squirting passerbys. Why not? I started squirting people in the face as they walked by.
Yeah, look at me. All right, so again, then I took her off the boob and I let it dangle while I burped her over my opposite shoulder. The burp lasted about 3 minutes. After about 20 minutes of overt nursing and breast dangling, A few high school-age boys noticed, blushed, and cracked up.
Hello, exactly!
Some touring Brits also did a double take. A dog walker smiled at Anya, who apparently was more alluring than the partly exposed size E lactating breast swinging next to her.
You bubble-headed booby.
I headed on to 96th Street and nursed as I walked. The mouse is out of the house, a man in his late 60s muttered as his dog defecated on the entrance to the 6th train.
The mouse is out of the house.
Not at Opie's, it's not. He should have said the mouse is shitting on the Pop-Tarts. Would have been more accurate.
My courage surged. What was I so worried about? I could go anywhere. I called a friend and invited her to hit the posh shoe department at Bergdorf Goodman. There were at least 10 sales associates there, most of them men. My friend tried on shoes, and I nursed Anya. This chick is a freak.
Yeah. Where did she get this kid from Africa? How hungry is this rotten little thing you lug around?
Tick. It's like a tick.
Yeah.
What does she have? Big Kev attached to her boob for the day?
Got one rotten kid on each breast and a husband who won't acknowledge you on the radio.
Nobody said a word. I became less discreet. Forget about across the room. You could have spied my Zeppelin-sized bosom from space. Exaggerated humor.
Those are big.
It's a Zeppelin-sized breast.
What a loser.
Be perfect. It was on fire and crashing in New Jersey.
I stood up with Anya, still on my breast, and walked toward a sample shoe several feet away. People definitely noticed. The sales associates drew in their breath, but nobody clicked their tongues. I asked the man who was helping us if my breastfeeding was a problem.
Hey, everybody, we're all going to get laid.
You're not the first, he said dryly. So far, so good, but what about a fancy restaurant? Dude, someone take this kid away from her.
I know, what is she going to do, breastfeed in St. Pat's?
Oh, the nerve.
We hit the pool room at the notoriously stodgy Four Seasons, and we're seated just opposite Governor George Pataki. 10 feet separate us. I woke Anya up from her nap to nurse her.
She wakes up her sleeping kid who's got tit milk coming out his ears.
Ugh. Too bad the kid's not a little diabetic. Would just throw all the milk up.
Little toes falling off.
Nine little babushka toes.
The governor... That's pretty funny, sorry.
Brat from Moonaki.
Big fat diaper.
Just loaded with sour milk dumps. Body just can't handle sugar, it evacuates it. Little red baby face, bald head.
So she's breastfeeding across from George Pataki, Anthony, the governor of New York State.
When last we left her.
The governor didn't notice, or if he did, he didn't acknowledge Anya. Strange behavior for a politician when there's an adorable baby in the room. Is that a joke?
What?
Yeah.
That was a joke, right?
Maybe.
I lifted my sweater higher. She's a pervert.
Oh.
I love her.
I lifted my sweater higher so she wouldn't get milk on the cashmere.
Trying to get the attention of Governor Tit-Tacky.
That's terrific. That's terrific.
You know, Pat from Pataki. That's my state, and I'll breastfeed if I want to.
Pat's coming in to do the news Friday.
Straight-armed psychopath.
One waiter rushed over and delicately offered me a napkin to drape over my breast, because now she's has it fully
Hide that damn thing.
Fully exposed. I refused it. A few tables down, noticed Anya slurping away the second time she was fed. The woman nudged her date, and he turned and looked casually. He then turned back toward her, and they chatted about it. Or so I think that's what this big word means.
What's the word? Say it, Ope. What's the word? We're here to help each other.
Conspiratorially. Right.
Ah.
Our own waiter, a dad, actually applauded my breastfeeding and said I was doing the right thing. Thinking back over the previous 14 weeks, I've nursed on planes, buses, in a Target store, in a church, and inside New York museums.
How do you nurse on a plane? A landing gear in your mouth. See, it was nursing on a plane, but...
Yeah, you got to suck the end of the wing. Fuel comes out.
Oh, well.
The only time a
This
stranger...
tastes plain. No flavor, plain. Forget it.
It was a little Cessna before she got pregnant. Now it's a 777.
What are you going to do?
It's missing the tip of one wing.
I'll have a wing.
Actually, one of the pieces of the landing gear fell off because it's so unhealthy.
Jesus.
Only has 9 wheels left. By the way, who is this whore? Who is she?
Yeah.
It's a writer for the New York Post, is what I'm getting
yeah.
at. This isn't in some crazy magazine or something. This is in today's paper.
Is there a picture of her?
Crazy magazine. I subscribe to that.
There she is.
She
Nursing
looks
mom,
annoying.
out in public. City folks go with the flow.
What a
Yeah,
balding
she looks like
irritation.
Uppity bitch.
So she breastfed everywhere.
Russian, yeah.
The only time a stranger seemed concerned about it was in the Guggenheim's cafeteria, where a bone-thin lady in her late 60s put her hand up over her eyes and shook her head in my general direction. So if I could pull off over-the-top nursing all over town and not get called on it, discreet nursing mothers should be above reproach. As for me, I'm going to skip dinner with the family and head for the Four Seasons.
Great. This woman's just going around flopping that big, nasty, sweaty, leaky titty out.
And exploiting her kid.
Yeah.
In the process, right?
Wouldn't you love to videotape that and go, hey, kid, just look at me while you're doing that?
Oh. She's got nothing better to do.
Nope.
So there you have it.
Lovely.
Want to play What Did We Learn on the O&A show?
I'd like to.
What an educational show.
All right, let's say hi to Pinchy.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Pinchy.
Hi, Pinchy.
Hello.
How are you?
Hey, today I learned that every day some Ecuadorian has to stand on a phone book to clean Elo's office.
Yep.
Yeah, we did learn that.
Wow, that was a good one. Let's go to Bob the Trucker. Bob? Bobby!
That's good. Retro rockets are firing.
Hello?
All right, he's going to have to call back. Let's go to Floyd. Hey, Floyd.
Floyd.
What's going on, guys?
What is up, Floyd?
Hey, Floyd.
Hey, I learned today that you guys really weight the competition, and you're the epitome of talk radio.
We really are dummies.
Epitome. Don't feel bad. Ben came in before and said he was busy filling out Alpha Davids for
Did he really?
for Mont Teddy Bear. Filling out Alpha Davids.
Wow. Why are you doing it in code, Ben?
Let's go to Eric in Maine. Hey, Eric.
David.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Eric?
How you doing, Jimmy?
Hey, Eric.
Hey, I learned today that writers for the Post sexually exploit their children.
Yeah. She was trying to get a thrill out of people.
You got it.
All right, let's say hi. Let's say hi to Worm. It looks like. Hey, Worm.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, Worm. Hi.
Speak.
Hey, I learned today that Norton is a cheap fuck faggot that would rather suck dick than be married with kids.
Good point, fella.
Ooh. Vanilla Thunder in Philly. I was sitting here playing What Did I Learn Today with my good friend. I said, what did you learn today? He said that he learned that Norton can stop any interview in its tracks. And I said, do you really think so? And he said, yeah, I do. Gabe, he learned today if little Jimmy gets married, he will wape his wife. Thomas from postwhores.net. Is that a new message board that's popping up? I think so.
What that is.
Check out postwhores.net. Today I learned two things. Opie thinks Anthony is hot, and cool guy at the Boneyard has a wife and 2 kids. Yes, he doesn't want that to get out there.
And don't mention that if you ever call into that show, because that really would embarrass him. Please don't mention that.
Yeah, all right. Dan learned that the bleeps are cursed.
Well, the bleeps are cursed. What are you going to do, though?
No, Ryan, you're not going to get a chance to be Norton's plug whore today.
Hollywood Nova from Michigan. I learned that Opie's tired of having interns losing to Purdue and having an 8-10 record.
Yeah, that's good. Carl, what's up?
I learned that Elo and Pete Rose have the same haircut. Punch it out, boys.
All right, very good.
Mm-hmm.
People,
What are you going to do, though?
do we have enough time to play the audio of this kid hurting himself? 30 seconds. So how long is this clip? How long?
That's a good clip, though. We should play it.
No, we could time this perfectly. How long is this? What do you mean too long?
Dude, tell him how long it is.
All
That's
I
all
need
we
to
care
know is
about.
how long it is. I think
That's
we
a
can
good
put it
clip,
in just
man.
one time.
It's funny.
27 seconds.
Dude, it's hilarious.
27 seconds, and Dirk said we have 30 seconds left,
Yeah.
so this will work out perfect.
Left now.
No, he said how much time is left.
Put it in the machine.
Put it in the
and play
machine,
it,
dude.
Regardless.
This audio is the best audio you're going to hear today.
It's
Check this
hilarious,
out.
funny,
dude.
man.
Party is over. Everybody go home.
Jim Norton from the Opie and Anthony Show.
Hi, Angel.
Live.
Houston, lucky you. The Improv, February 24 through 26 only. That's right, Houston, the Improv, February 24, 26. Box office 713-333-8800. 713-333-8800.
For more information, check out Jim's website at eatobullet.com.
I'm very good at cutting the radio spots.
Have you ever been listening to your favorite song on XM when someone starts yapping during the best part?
Hey, Julie, where you at?
What can you do? Well, with the new Delphi Sky-Fi 2, you can replay the song. It's the first satellite radio with replay and pause feature. Listen to your favorite songs over again. Sky-Fi 2 for the car, home, and on the go. Add it to your family plan or give it as a gift. Go to xmradio.com to learn all the cool features about the Sky-Fi 2. Now available in stores.
Hey, now is the perfect time to get the entire family listening with XM Family Plan. Add up to 4 additional XM radios to your account for only $6.99 a month per radio. Even if you already have more than one radio, convert to Family Plan today and start saving. That's familyplan.xmradio.com to learn more.
Opie and Anthony on High Voltage XM 202.
XM News, talk, and information.
It's everything, all the time.
The Opie and Anthony Show. The Opie and Anthony Show. XM 202.